Nice.
All right, we are live here with LigmaFPV, big man who knows a lot about the Bible, and I don't have any, intro or anything like that. So we're just winging it, and we're gonna dive into what you got.
Okay. 1 second.
So, while you're pulling stuff up, real quick on your background. Obviously, you're knowledgeable. I don't know, like if you went to school, if you have degree, if you just are, a layman with high interest and just,
Yeah, I never went to college or anything for a
know kind of
degree.
the ins and outs. You still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
I never went to college or anything for a degree. I just, as I began to leave the faith, I really began to take more of an interest in not just the truth of the Bible, but how it relates to other cultures around the ancient Near East. And that's when I really started to dive into the subject about 10 years ago.
So would you say that you were basically kind of raised in church, and did the whole churchanese or churchianity culture, and as you got older, you really started to look into the text or whatnot in relation to, say, your life circumstance or whatever, and it just none of it added up, and here we are, kind of a thing.
Um, yeah. Could we pause the music?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to call any shots. I have a really hard time focusing.
no problem.
I do like the music though.
Yeah, sometimes like if you have a bunch of people up, especially, like it can kind of set like a little bit of a peaceful uh, ambiance, and then that way it's not all just shouting matches and insults. Not that there's any thing wrong with that from time to time, but
Well, you and I will never have that. I don't ever shout with people, nor do I throw insults around.
oh
At
no, that's
disagreements maybe. What was your question?
so. Your background on this, like, is it pretty much layman's hardcore interest, and that's how you got into all these different little niches and nuances. Talking about like Zoroastrianism or like I don't know if you like Kabbalah and all. It seems like you have a wide range of the knowledge of like biblical studies, though.
It may seem wider than what it really is. Most of my knowledge about the Bible specifically pertains to the Tanakh. From maybe roughly 1200 BC down to 400 BCE you know, when the prophets ended. Like the New Testament, I'm pretty vague with my
Yeah,
understanding of the New. I haven't read the New Testament in like 10 years, so that's
understood.
something I
And
need to catch up on.
as far as the Tanakh goes, that's also like is it more than the five first books? Does that include the prophets or?
Yeah, it would be the all the first five books, and then like Joshua, Judges, just like the same basic framework as the Old Testament, the whole Pentateuch, or I'm sorry, the whole. I can't think of the the Greek word.
So have you heard this new theory on Deuteronomy and how somehow the different ways of language, let's just say between our English now and versus the like old Shakespeare back then at King James time or whatever, um, that King Josiah is being kind of singled out as possibly writing Deuteronomy. What do you think about that?
Oh, it's a tough. the thing about Deuteronomy is that Deuteronomy was most likely written during multiple periods of time. So there's the original pieces of Deuteronomy, which are mostly just poetry. The only one I can think of right off the top of my head is like the Song of Moses. But there's a couple other pieces of poetry and songs within Deuteronomy, and I think that those archaic pieces. When I hear Hebrew scholars talk about Deuteronomy, they talk about it as if you and I were reading a text from, the 2000s right now, and people are talking like you and I are talking, and then out of nowhere, one sentence we're talking like this, and then the very next sentence it switches to, ye shalt not, or whatever, and you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, did we just switch to 1600s English? Like, what happened? And like, from what I understand, that's what's going on in Deuteronomy. Like, it'll just be in the middle they'll be in the middle of like a 500 BCE way of talking, and then all of a sudden there will just be like pieces of like 1100 BCE Hebrew in there that just is like seems to be jammed in out of nowhere. And so it makes me think that there are multiple layers of Deuteronomy, that like it was re-edited either just before or just after the Babylonian exile.
Re-edited, possibly. How much do you know about Hebrew?
Very little.
Yeah, me too. But someone said I was, trying to like, just get a basic understanding of the tittles and the vowels and the, and the different. I mean, it all looks like arches, like little, written little arches to me, like little huts or something.
So difficult. It's weird, yeah.
But I guess it has about 6,000 words as its main vocabulary, and so I'm wondering, which is not a very robust in terms of like like English is very descriptive vocabulary, pretty robust, even though like a lot of the structure might be malleable. Hebrew is not very robust in terms of vocabulary. Like they'll use the same word for a bunch of different things, just depending on the context. What English does that too. But anyways, the point is, how likely is it that we would actually be able to determine Deuteronomy was written by King Josiah, or parts of it were based on just kind of a dialect? Because even if you're in the United States, you go to the South and you hear a different like twang, or you go to like Nashville or Boston or wherever, and you have like these little different nuanced, accents. And then, I guess from there, you also have like King James Version style Old English, Shakespeare versus, common English that we use now.
Yeah, I don't think there would be any real way to tell if it was. You could tell that it was someone from Josiah's time period because of the multitude of texts that we have. I think Josiah was right around 700 or 600 or something BCE. So like we have tons of texts from all around Canaan and the Levant and up into the Hittites and Egyptian texts and Greek texts and Babylonian. And they're all, most of those languages are Semitic languages. So you could cross-reference all of those different languages to kind of get a gist of how people during that time period are talking and place the writings in Deuteronomy to a specific time period, roughly. Sometimes really specifically, and sometimes they'll talk about kings ruling, or they'll drop little hints about people that are alive or empires that still haven't fallen yet, and that helps you date it even further.
So when you read through, say, Genesis and Exodus or Numbers, and let's just say everything except Deuteronomy at this point, do you feel like the style of writing comes from Moses as we supposedly know it now, or like does it have a coherent writing style that you could actually pick up on? Paul kind of has that, where his stuff is kind of this distinct, and you can kind of he gets kind of eclectic, with the Holy Spirit and whatnot, and his style of writing is different than, say, the gospel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Old Testament there, when you like, does it have the same rhythm in Genesis as it would say in Numbers or Leviticus? Which obviously Leviticus is and Numbers get into the law and kind of the mundaneness of it. But do you feel like it is it could be written by one person and it has the hallmarks of that?
Zero chance that it was written by one person. Not Genesis, Exodus, maybe Leviticus was. I could maybe get behind Leviticus being written by one person, maybe, but Genesis and Exodus for sure were written by multiple people, and I say that because they are in specific theological disagreement about polytheism.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard that take, so find that interesting. Sure as possible. Those are long books, and like the transition from Abraham and Ishmael to Joseph in Egypt is pretty abrupt. Well, not abrupt, but there's an obvious section off from Adam and Eve and Noah and all the other parts of Genesis, right?
Yeah, that's actually specifically what I wanted to go into more than anything was Abraham, and the Egyptian visit and all of that with Joseph. And
All right, cool. One more question. So it seems to me with the Hebrew scholars and Judaism, kind of overall in general right now, like when we talked about Deuteronomy and who may have wrote it and all this, speculation possibly, it seems to me like the different rabbis and the leaders of Judaism, they're all over the board in terms of what they're reading and how they're interpreting it. And there doesn't seem to be any unifying. There's no consensus of what something means. It just seems to be all over the map. Do you see it that way too, or no?
absolutely, it's the exact same way with the New Testament scholarship and New Testament sects of Christianity. It's the same way with there are a huge variety of sects of Islam. It's just depending on what sort of culture you're isolated to. That culture interprets the Bible a different way, or interprets the Tanakh a different way, or interprets the Quran a different way, and so you build up these little isolated groups with different interpretations, and really, you know, most of, if not all of these different interpretations are specifically and solely built off of bias.
Sure, definitely. But I find it particularly more kind of like you could literally have one rabbi read, say a few verses of the Bible and have another rabbi come right up and it literally interpret the exact opposite. And so it seems to be, if I was a Jew trying to practice, and follow leadership of the temple or whatever, the synagogue, whatever, it would be difficult because you see all these different, authoritative rabbis, and it's just all over the map. I'd say it's a little bit worse than Christianity or Islam at this point.
I don't know about worse. I would say Christianity is really bad for that too. I mean, there's all kinds of huge disagreements about salvation and the afterlife, and how sins are forgiven and what you're supposed to be doing on earth, and is it works versus faith. And I mean, people are literally at each other's throats over this shit.
Oh yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Yeah. All right. So what do you got?
What I want to talk about is the origins of the Israelites, and something. What was I reading recently? Oh yeah, Amos. I was reading, once I finished reading Isaiah, I started reading some of the other prophets, and so I just went to the oldest one and went right to Amos and started reading Amos, and I noticed something in Amos that stood out to me big time from all of the other writing, and it's when God is talking, it might actually just be Amos talking, but when he's talking about the Israelites being freed from Egypt, in all of the other books, God says, "I'm going to give you the land of the Canaanites." You know, when he's talking.
Can you still hear me? Hey, Andy. Are you still there? I'm not
Hey,
hearing.
sorry.
You still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What happened?
Sorry about that. My phone screen like went on like sleep mode. I didn't realize I had to make sure it was up. Anyway, what was the last thing I said?
You were talking about the land of Canaan given to the Israelites via Amos or something.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so in all the other books of the Bible, God is talking when God talks about, or when Moses talks about, them going into the land of Canaan, it's always said, "I'm going to give you the land of the Canaanites." And when Amos mentions this, I believe he's the only mention in the entire Bible that says, "I gave you the land of the Amorites." And I found this to be one of the most important things I've ever read in the Bible. Amos referring to it as the land of the Amorites rather than the land of the Canaanites.
They're probably generally in all the same kind of region, even in a smaller region than what I would consider a region. And I think that he gave multiple different tribes or whatever, that were not Jewish to the Israelites in terms of like their land grab. So, why do you think that is so important? Canaanite versus Amorite.
Well, because in the older books, there's more reason, but in the older books, the Amorites are just listed off as one of the small subgroups within the land of Canaan. You know what I mean? The Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Hivites, the Amorites, they're just listed off as one of these small groups. But when Amos tells the story, he tells it as if the Amorites had the entire land and that they were tall and strong like cedar trees, basically, metaphorically representing them as like a huge empire, which is a fact. The Amorites were a giant empire.
And this was before the Assyrians or about the same time?
Before the Assyrians, way before actually. They had fallen apart completely roughly 700 years before the Assyrians took Israel.
Excellent.
They came, but right. This is why I'm so interested in the Amorites, though.
Yeah.
Because the time that Abraham lived, which was roughly, I don't know, the mid 2000 up to maybe 2100 BCE, that's roughly the time that Abraham was born and lived and moved out of the land of Ur over to Haran. That was a time. And the land of Ur, of course, is over, right next to Babylon in Sumer, in Mesopotamia. And so, to give some backstory to that, like when we think about if we're taking this from some sort of literal perspective, that's what I've been trying to do here, is to try to see, like, is there a real truth to this story that we're missing something. And the more I read into it, the more I think that there is truth to the story of Abraham, but just not in. But I think that Abraham is a fictional person. I think that Abraham represents a group of people. But my point is that Abraham, the exact time that Abraham would be born, based on the chronology given in the Bible, puts him right during a time when the Amorites had invaded Mesopotamia and started to grow politically in Mesopotamia, rose to power, and people started flooding out of Mesopotamia. Amorites that had just rose to power started flooding out of Mesopotamia west into the Levant, heading into Syria, up into southern Anatolia, where the Hittites were, moving down through Canaan, literally taking the exact pathway that Abraham describes in the Bible, hitting the exact same cities that Abraham says that he stopped at on the way down to Egypt. We have exact destruction layers from between 17 and 1800 when the Amorites were moving through Canaan at those exact same cities that Abraham was saying that he went to. And so when the Amorites came into Canaan, by roughly say 1800, they're balls deep in Canaan by that point. They completely take over Canaan. They're one of the biggest empires in history. During that time, they may have been the biggest empire in the history of mankind. And they take over all of Canaan. And as they take over Canaan, they also move down into Egypt. They go to the Nile Delta, which is like right at where the Nile River meets north into the Mediterranean Sea. There's like a bunch of little rivers that split off right there. They call that area the Nile Delta. It's where the city of Ramses is, and Pithos and stuff. Anyway, that's where these Amorites, when they moved into Egypt, they settled around that city, and they lived there for maybe 200 years until roughly the year 1650 BCE. And then they rose to power. This is a Semitic group of people, by the way. The Amorites are Semites, and the specific group of Amorites that made their way to Egypt come from northern Canaan, near where the Hittites were. But anyway, they made their way to Canaan, and they settled in Canaan, and they lived there for a couple hundred years, or in Egypt, I mean, and they rose to power in Egypt and were expelled by the Egyptians into Canaan, and then were defeated in southern Canaan. This is a lot to take in, I'm just realizing. My point to all this is that it seems to me that the Israelites, the people who wrote the Exodus story, rather, whoever wrote the Exodus story, is trying to link the Israelites with these Amorites that moved down into Egypt, rose to power in Egypt, and then were eventually expelled from Egypt into Canaan. That's what I think. Oh, nice. Amos, I believe it's Amos 7? No, Amos 2. It's Amos 2. It's in chapter 2 of Amos.
Oh, of course, I was muted. Sorry about that.
That's
Can you hear
okay.
me?
Yes, sir.
So, do you think that Abraham was the leader of the Amorites?
Well, like I said, I don't think Abraham was a real person. I think that everything before, probably everything before Judges, I think is completely fictional. All of it. Literally every second of everything that happened pre-Judges is fictional, meaning all of the characters are made up. But what is real is like an overall story of what happened with the Amorites over time. And not just the Amorites, they're also including, nomadic tribes from the Negev desert south of the Dead Sea, in the Sinai Peninsula, some of their tradition. They're kind of like mishmashing things together. They're blending the tradition of the Hyksos, clearly, the Amorites that moved into Egypt and rose to power, the shepherd kings, quote unquote. They're clearly adopting that tradition. Whether they derived from it or not is to be said, or to be discovered yet. We don't have any evidence of that other than them clearly associating themselves with it. But they're also trying to associate themselves with the time of Ramses. They said that they built the city of Ramses, and they were talking about the Pharaoh Ramses and stuff, and they built the city of Pi Ramses, and we know from Egyptian records that the city of Pi Ramses was built like 300 years later. They were not Like if they're trying to relate themselves to the Hyksos were expelled from Egypt in like 1550, and the city of Ramses was built in the mid 1200s. So this would have been like 300 years after they were freed from Egypt.
Yeah, I think that's always kind of been a disputed, unknown. And I think that there was another named pharaoh that I can't remember right now, but that it's either Ramses or Ramses II, or there's even another one. But it's if you hear it, it's not King Tut or anything, but it's something that is man. If I could just remember it, it'd be nice. But and this is all trying to cross reference the actual history of the Canaanite region, the Egyptian captivity, quote unquote, with Joseph and whatnot. And so I understand why the interest is to know who the actual Pharaoh was during the time of, say, Moses. But there's something else I was going to say. Um, darn. I have so many things going through my head right now. It's like I want to try and figure it out. But like, do you think that Sodom and Gomorrah was real?
No,
And
no,
what
no.
about
All
like
of those patriarchal stories, anything that you're going to find in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus is just a law book, but Numbers, um, all of that stuff, I think, is just invented much later. The older stuff is in. I think the oldest parts of the Bible are in Samuel and Judges. Kings
so
probably has
you
some really
say
old layers.
everything prior to Judges? What specifically, or actually, I should say, who specifically in Judges? Are you talking about like Joshua and thereafter, or is it someone else?
Um, well, Joshua is mostly in the book of Joshua. I think he does appear in the beginning of Judges, but like um, my point is that when like the book of Genesis and the book of Exodus, when they talk about other nations and other empires and just the way that cultures were living during whatever time period they're saying that they're supposed to be living in, it's completely incoherent with what we see in Canaan. We don't find any historical figures or any archaeological evidence for figures, in the Bronze Age, in the era that they said was the time that they were between the time they were freed from Egypt until say the time of King David. We don't see any evidence for things being like the way they say it was. But during the Iron Age, after the time of King David and all the way until 400 BCE, it's completely littered with archaeological evidence that supports the Bible. We know that, dozens of different characters from the Iron Age part of the Old Testament were real, and that a bunch of things they said were real. And so that to me is just really clear evidence that the patriarchal stories and also the pre-Judges material also is just splattered with tons of mythologies that existed already for more than 1,000 years. They're rehashing really old mythologies that everybody in the area had already engaged in several times.
Yeah. What about doesn't this directly conflict with the whole out of Africa narrative that we get, say, in science and evolution for the most part? Because the way you're describing it, the Amorites or whatever, we're talking about the Mesopotamian kind of settling of civilization and pushing, east down into Egypt and establishing itself there. No matter who the people were that ended up there, which goes against kind of the science explanation of like everything was out of Africa and it spread from there. What do you think about that conflict?
Well, all of So when they say out of Africa and spread from there, they're talking about like 70,000 years ago. 70,000, they're not talking about like civilizations where we have like writing and people building like complex cities and we see chariots and, you know, tools and
Sorry.
things like that start forming. That was like, that was only like 6,000 years ago. And so when people moved out of Africa, that was like 70,000 years ago. It was a really long time ago. So like the
Okay, so
Mesopotamians and stuff, that was
they
way after
progressed
that.
out of there, kind of started to form civilization and tribes and distinction, and then they kind of pushed back east and kind of civilized or settled
West,
how they
yeah.
did.
Yeah, when
Gotcha.
the Amorites went down to Egypt, the Egyptians were already ruling in Egypt. They took over what the Egyptians had already built. The Amorites conquered northern Egypt.
So, those people you say they came from like about the Babylonian, Euphrates area, or a little bit further east of that, and then went east.
West, the west in between Canaan and Mesopotamia.
Gotcha. So kind of that
The-
tweener spot between Syria, now Syria and Iraq.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just west of Iraq in Syria. They were originally called the Amartu or the Amaru, and that just meant the West, people of the West. But they had a different word for people that were from Canaan, which implies that they were from east of Canaan. And their culture also matches burial culture in the Syrian Fertile Crescent area.
Hmm. And this is all prior to like the Greek civilizations of Alexander the Great and everything. This is like
Yeah, way before. 2,000
would you
years
say that
before
the
that.
Amorites were like more Persian or Arab, or we haven't made that distinction yet in world history?
They were like closer to Canaanite. They were closer to Canaanite than anything. They were, kind of like what you would imagine, a blend of Canaanite and like Mesopotamian, Babylonian style Sumerian culture, but also sort of Canaanite influence because they're caught right in between. There's huge trade routes on the Fertile Crescent that go back and forth between Canaan and Sumeria during that time. They're in daily contact with each other, these distant lands. And so the Amorites being right in between are kind of just like this nomadic peoples that are on the edge of the desert, right? Seeing all this traffic back and forth. They're being constantly influenced by both cultures. And so they show little elements of both.
All right. Would you think it's possible that the Amorites became the Israelites? Like they were the ones that were fished into Egypt and were captive supposedly, or maybe not, but then came back out and went and then did go east or north and east and became the Israelites or something like that.
No, here's
Okay.
why. I do think
And
that it's possible that the Israelites were Amorites, but I don't think that they were the Amorites that were expelled from Egypt. And here's why. When they reigned in Egypt for about 100 years, from 1650 until 1550 BCE. And then the the native Egyptians, rose up against the Amorites who were in power and expelled them out of Egypt. They forced them out and forced them east into Canaan. And right at the border of Egypt and Canaan, there's a city called Sharuhen, and they encircled the Hyksos. That's the name of this Amorite tribe that ruled Egypt, that conquered Egypt. They encircled the Hyksos, and the Egypts attacked them for 3 years in this city, Sharuhen, and eventually destroyed them. They defeated them, and not only did they destroy the Amorites there, the Hyksos, but they then immediately moved into Canaan. The Egyptians did, and ruled all of Canaan for the next 300 years. So from roughly 1500 all the way to the Bronze Age collapse in 1200, Egypt was literally the owner of Canaan. Every single city in Canaan was a vassal under Egypt for 300 years. And so
and this is would that have been after Abraham or prior to Abraham?
in the storyline, it would have been after Abraham. This would be So Abraham, I'm trying to think here. Abraham would have lived roughly, he would have been born roughly around 2100
Okay.
BCE, according to the story. If we take First Kings anyway, First Kings says that the Israelites were freed from Egypt 480 years before King Solomon's fourth year of his reign, which was 966 BCE. So 480 years before that is 1446 BCE. And then it says that they were in Canaan and Egypt for a total of 430 years, the Israelites, which is the people of Israel. So that puts us back at 1876. And I think the time between Abraham leaving Haran and 1876 is like roughly 200 years or something, or 150 years, which puts Abraham like in the mid 2000s. And the time period we're talking about is like 1500. So this is like 500 years after Abraham's time.
And staying on the timeline of Abraham, so we know that he probably came out of somewhere like maybe even as far as eastern Iraq. I'm sorry, Iran, and
He came from Ur.
west.
He came from the city of Ur. This was in southern Mesopotamia, right on the Euphrates River, right next to Babylon.
Okay, but I think it's possible like he came from a place further east than that, like maybe known as like a Shinar, or where the Medes and the Persians and the Medes kind of came from in that area, a little bit
It's
further
possible.
east into Iran.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible you could say he came from China. You know what I mean? But if it doesn't say it in the story, we can't assume it. As far as we know, he was born and raised in Ur. It just says he lived in Ur. God came to him and told him to go to Canaan.
Right. I'm not. Are you sure it said he came from Ur? Because
Yeah.
that's like pretty. I mean, that's like it's pretty much like in Syria, which is and just north of Turkey, and that just
No,
seems a little bit too
Ur
far
is
west.
east. Ur is east. We're talking
Right, but it's not as far
Mesopotamia.
as like it's not as far as Baghdad or anything.
Yeah, it is. It's just Baghdad is like north of Ur, maybe just slightly east. But Baghdad's like up by Nineveh. Or I wish we had a map I could show you, but Ur is right on like where the Euphrates and the Tigris River come out of the Persian Gulf, like where
Yeah.
they first start. Ur is right
Yes.
down at the bottom, by the Persian Gulf on the Euphrates River. That's where Ur is. It's literally on the Euphrates River, right at the bottom by the Persian Gulf. That's where Abraham came from. And it says this in Genesis, right after the Babel narrative, I believe, is when Abraham comes up. It goes through a genealogy, leads down to Abraham, and then it talks about Abraham. It starts out his story. He's living in the city of Ur in Mesopotamia.
Interesting. So let's follow the timeline of Abraham from let's just say it's or whatever. Let's just say somewhere in like Western Iran or Iraq, and so God told him to go west into Canaan, the land of Canaan, and he was show him the land that was going to be given to him for the great nations that he was going to propagate from himself or whatever, right? But
Yep.
what time and what civilizations were hanging around at that time? Because I would imagine that the Amorites were active, the Canaanites would have been active, uh, all of them would have been active. Like, how did he manage to navigate that path, like to not get killed, basically?
This is my point. It's not which groups. There were groups active. There were separate groups active, just like when I said that Egypt, after they expelled the Hyksos in 1500, they captured all of Canaan and they ruled over all of Canaan. until 1200. So for 300 years, you imagine Egypt is literally in complete political and governmental control of every single city in Canaan, an area 150 miles by 100 miles of all of Canaan. They have guards showing up in Canaan collecting money and grain and stuff. It's a big deal. Like they're basically enslaved in their own land by Egypt. And this is what the Amorites did. This is exactly what the Amorites did when they moved west out of Mesopotamia. They slowly conquered all of Canaan, and everything was a vassal under the Amorites. And so Abraham didn't have to worry about being killed. I mean, for one, I don't think Abraham was a real person, but if we're engaging with the fact that he was, Abraham wouldn't have had to worry about being killed because Abraham is one of these people that's moving out of, he is one of the Amorites. Abraham is an Amorite. That's what he represents.
Gotcha. Now, one way we could really be able to cross-reference that is if we know if the Amorites are polytheists or not. Is there any way we could check that?
Well, all people were polytheists during that time. The monotheism during this time period literally didn't exist. There's no documented mention of monotheism around the year 2000 or, even within 1,000 years of that. Nobody was monotheist. Everyone had multiple gods.
Until God revealed himself to Abraham and separated him in that regard. So if he was going to be hanging around a group of people and he was told to leave his other group of people, they would have to definitely be monotheists.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. In the story, these people would have to be monotheists. But in reality, the Amorites that moved out of Mesopotamia were provably polytheistic society. Abraham doesn't represent one actual person moving out of Mesopotamia. That's the point I'm really trying to drive home here. He is, he's a metaphorical representation for an entire people group that moved out of Canaan or out of Mesopotamia.
But also we have to take. We have to take the reason why God told him to get out of there in the first place as a motivating factor for Abraham to even be doing anything. If he existed.
Right.
Your
well, there is real motivation though. Like if we wonder why the Amorites moved into Canaan, the same reason that everybody else moved into other lands and took their shit. Everybody wanted more power. That's just the way humans are.
Yeah, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense, even geographical sense, but for some reason, like that part of the Middle East is like the hub of Asia, Europe, and Africa for trading. The interchange between all of those major continents and different. Everyone had their own thing that they would trade and whatever, right? So that was the hub, and so somehow maybe that was the desirable place.
Could you pull up a map really quick if I tell you just to type in something? Could you pull up could you type in Fertile Crescent map?
Sure.
Sorry, this is pertinent to what you're saying though, and it'll explain why that's a hub for everybody.
Okay, can you see my screen?
It's still the old map that you were showing prior. All right, we're back to you and I.
So I have to start this again. And which one are you wanting to do?
Just go to Google Images, maybe. Just scroll up and click the images icon.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Fertile Crescent
map.
Yep. And just any one of those. Yeah, perfect. You can see how that big upside down U shape.
Yeah, which one? The green one? The
third one looks good. Yeah, the orange and green, the third one. Yeah, right there. the top one.
Okay.
Sure. So you see that big
I'm
green
gonna
patch.
reshare it. All right.
Perfect. Okay. So, and by the way, you see where the Persian Gulf is, right over there on the right?
Yes.
And you see, so this is an ancient, they even have the ancient rivers in place. You can see how they all start as one river and then they branch out into four, just like the Garden of Eden, just like they mentioned in the Garden of Eden. That's how it actually used to be in the beginning. But right where those rivers branch off from each other, where they all split out, like pretty much where the M in the second M in Mesopotamia is, or the I at the end there, the M or the I, that's where Ur is.
Okay.
Where they, so that's where Abraham came from. So he would have went up the Euphrates River all the way up to the top where of the Fertile Crescent there. That's where Haran was, all the way up more. Right there. That's where Haran is, right before Catalhoyuk, and then he would have went down towards Jericho from there. And that's the exact pathway that the Amorites took when they came into Canaan.
Wow. And so either they were going to, in that scenario, which is definitely plausible, and that's about the same time Abraham left, his dad's camp or whatever. I mean, he could have been floating with them, or he would have been destroyed by them. Is pretty much a good uh, something to speculate that would have happened, right?
Well, okay, so there are multiple groups of people that would have been leaving as Amorites. There would have been like a military conquering people, right? The actual Amorites that had already conquered Mesopotamia and are now also spreading out and conquering Canaan. You know, the conquest people, the conquistador Amorites. Those people would have been moving west, right? But then you also
Okay.
would have had fleeing Mesopotamians. There would have been a whole different class of people, like native Mesopotamians that have been conquered by these Amorites and are fleeing out of Mesopotamia into Canaan. You would have also had those. So Abraham has to come from, assuming Abraham is part of this Amorite migration, whether he's one of the Amorites or he's one of the conquered Mesopotamians. He was one of these people, clearly, if he's from that time period, migrating out of Mesopotamia into Canaan. That's exactly why everybody was. So we have to decide, was Abraham one of the conqueror class, or was he one of these native Mesopotamians that was pushed out of there? And the reason that I lean toward them trying to imply that Abraham was part of the conquering class is because they're associating themselves with the Hyksos group, the people that conquered Egypt. Those people were part of the conquering class of the Amorites that moved into Canaan.
Yeah. Um.
Are you there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, sorry. You just disappeared. I thought you were going to say something.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Well, I think that Abraham represents the conquesting portion of the Amorites that were moving out because the Israelites are trying to associate themselves with the Hyksos group that moved into Egypt. You know, and the Hyksos, by the way, the Hyksos were a Semitic group. They were from northern Canaan up by the Hittites, so roughly a little bit east of where Catalhoyuk is on that map,
Mm-hmm.
towards the top of the Fertile Crescent. That's where these Hyksos people came from. They share really specific ties with the Hittites and the northern Syrian culture. So it's not they it's very confusing because the Amorites branched out everywhere, but then a specific portion of those Amorites that branched out everywhere from, yes, right up there at the top of the rivers, way up there at the top of the where the red border is, right up there. That's like where the Hyksos came from, way up there. like almost up into fucking Anatolia, like right on the edge of that red border.
Yeah.
And so they were a Semitic group and they were Amorites, but they share a lot in common with the Israelite culture that other Semitic groups don't share in common with the Israelite culture. Like for instance, they were not eating pig bones. They were burying their donkeys with their dead. Like they were burying themselves with their donkey, which is like a really specifically Israelite tradition.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so it makes me wonder. And also, they were called shepherd kings, and they're depicted in Egyptian art as being shepherds, like literally depicted as holding sheep by the horns and shit. And so, and during the narrative, when the in the Bible, when it talks about Joseph going to Egypt and the whole family going over to Egypt, out of nowhere, they start repeatedly referring to themselves as shepherds in the Bible, and this never happens anywhere prior to this. They're never, Abraham and all of his lineage, they're never referred to as shepherds. And then all of a sudden, when they're going to Egypt, and when Joseph and they're basically trying to sell themselves to the Egyptians, like as far as socially, they're trying to socially sell themselves to the Egyptians and make themselves seem like good people, and they're just saying that they're shepherds. And this is like this weird out of place narrative that comes out of nowhere and that they just like repeat like 5 times over and over. And it didn't
Yeah,
make
but
sense to me.
I don't know if that really holds up though, because when Lot came with him or whatever, and they their servants got to fighting with each other at a certain point, he said, take the right side, I'll take the left, or take the left side, I'll take the right. So they
Yeah.
were already like, they definitely had some kind of hurting uh
Oh yeah, definitely.
action going on there,
Everyone
but
had
I don't know if
livestock.
that is before or if that was after what you're referencing. But I'd have to imagine it was before, because
It
Joseph
was.
didn't go down into Egypt until Isaac was his dad.
Right, yeah, it was way after. They never specifically say that they were shepherds. Everyone had livestock though. So like with them saying that they had animals or whatever, is basic. Even slaves had livestock. Just literally everyone alive had livestock during that time. It was a very farming
So
centered
you're
culture.
saying the distinction of the title of shepherd, or as like
Exactly.
profession or as a cultural identification, didn't exist yet.
No, it did. It did exist, but it was very distinct from just being a typical, like owning livestock is like having cereal in your cupboard to them. You know what I mean? Like everybody owned livestock,
Right.
but to be a sheep
But
herder is a very specific job.
gotcha.
But anyway, the name Hyksos. So the name Hyksos comes, it's a Greek transliteration of the Egyptian words hekakasut. The Greeks, translated hekakasut into Hyksos, and hekakasut, heka means shepherd, and kasut means, foreign land, or so shepherds of a foreign land, or shepherd kings of a foreign land, or however you want to say it. And the reason that the Egyptians were calling them shepherds of a foreign land is because to the Egyptians, that's what they called their pharaoh. The pharaoh, like to the Egyptians, the word shepherd in that context just means ruler. So all they were saying when they were saying Hyksos is rulers of a foreign land. And so whoever wrote this narrative connecting the Israelites to the Hyksos is completely unaware of that. Doesn't realize that shepherd just means ruler to the Egyptians, and I think is therefore reading this as shepherds of a foreign land, in the Greek version, Hyksos, they're reading it as shepherds of a foreign land and not rulers of a foreign land because they don't understand what a shepherd is to the Egyptian pharaoh. And that's why they're trying to associate themselves with being shepherds during the Egyptian narrative. When they're going to move down to Egypt, they constantly associate themselves with being shepherds. And I think that's exactly why, because they misunderstood the name Hyksos.
Hmm. I'm just processing that for a second.
It's a lot to take in, and
I mean,
There's
yeah, yeah, it
different
definitely
pieces that I'm
is.
leaving
But
out.
let's just say that is what was going on, and Abraham did exist or whatever. Why would the Amorites? Why would the Amorites carry on the legend or the narrative or whatever of this guy Abraham, just to, I don't know, give it away to the Israelis or become the Israelis or to have it stolen by the Israelis?
Exactly. That's exactly, yeah, these exact thoughts cross my mind, and this is why I don't think that the Israelites are actually descended from the Hyksos like they're trying to make it out like they were. We know that they're trying to connect themselves with the Hyksos because there's only been one. We have a very, very thorough record of it, all Egyptian rulers, every one, and they all give extensive details about their lives too, like whole books of the Bible length inscriptions about their life, very large portions of literature about each of the pharaohs. And Semitic, there's only been one time in history when there were foreigners, Semitic foreigners, ruling in Egypt, and that was the Hyksos. And so when the Israelites say that they went into Egypt as Semitic people and ruled for roughly 100 years, just like the Hyksos, we know for a fact that they're trying to connect themselves with the Hyksos. But the thing is that the Hyksos were expelled and destroyed. They didn't live on and go into Canaan. And and think about this, by the way. So the Hyksos are Amorites, right?
Okay.
And the Israelites are trying to paint themselves as if they're the descendants of the Hyksos. But but Amos says, I gave you the land of the Amorites. But they are Amorites in this story. And that's the contradiction, in my opinion. Like they're talking about the Amorites as if they're taking it from some other group of people, but these Amorites would have been their people.
Um, I think that's a little bit of a stretch because Israel absorbed more than just, say Philistines or whatever. They also, not like the people of Elam or Mount Seir or other people kind of got assimilated into, you know, uh, yeah, and I know they didn't they tried to keep pure and everything, but like there was some segment of each of these like groups that did kind of tag along, even if you want to say that shit, I forgot her name, but the one woman that was in the wall of Jericho and she ended up helping a couple of the Hebrew soldiers or whatever scout. And
Rahab.
yeah, Rahab. That's right. So things like that would probably happen as well. So to say that it's a co-op, non-co-op, I would say it's just a full co-op and it's just identifying and not a contradiction, possibly.
Right.
Right. So like for that to be for that to be hard evidence of a contradiction in the Bible, I would, you know, I wouldn't really accept that from a theist point of view.
I mean, you could make the point that they had been separated from these people for 100 years, like 140 years actually, if we want to engage with the 40-year desert narrative. They ruled for 100 years in Egypt, and then were enslaved for however long, then the 40 years. So maybe they were just so detached by the Amorites. Still,
Okay, but
it,
all right, hold on a
it seems
second.
strange.
So when do Israelites try to attach? Is this a recent phenomenon where they try to attach to the Hyksos, or is this something that's always been part of their history or whatever? Because you never
Oh
know.
no, this is why I think this is what in my opinion, when this is the whole importance behind Amos saying that they were Amorites, or that they took it from the land of the Amorites,
Mhm.
um, because I it's not that he's calling back to the Hyksos period necessarily, but he is calling back to a period. The Amorites were completely, they didn't own the land and from 1400 on, 1400 BCE, right? or Amos is talking in like the middle of the 700s. We're talking 700 years later when Amos
Mhm.
is talking, but he's saying the land of the Amorites. That is so specific and weird that he would say that, because the Amorites had not ruled over Canaan for almost 800 years when Amos was alive. So he has to have a really good access to like historical records to be able to say that. None of the other books talk about it that way. They say I gave you the land of Canaan, and the Amorites are listed as one of the many small groups. Amos says it as if the Amorites run all of Canaan. It's way different, and I think that's a callback to the Hyksos period. Him doing that, I think the reason that he's calling back to pre 1400 time would be because of that reason. Because he thinks that the Hyksos, what my opinion is that the people from Israel, they hear a story. Semitic people went down into Egypt. So, and for the people of Canaan, that's like our people. Our people went down into Egypt and ruled down there. They don't see it as the Amorites. These are Semitic people. They went, and Egyptians are not Semitic. They're like aliens to the Semitic people. Basically, everything about their writing and language is completely different. And so, to the Semitic people, these are like complete foreigners. The Egyptians and the Hyksos and the people that went down and ruled in Canaan are basically like their people. They're thinking our people went down to Egypt, ruled, and then left Egypt, and then they don't realize probably that it was the Egyptian rulers that took over Canaan. After the Hyksos were expelled and Egypt moved into Canaan and ruled over Canaan for 300 years after that. And then they
Mm.
were the ones that, the Egyptians were the ones that took over. There's a contradiction, by the way. That's, for some reason, I couldn't come to that before.
Yeah,
So
that is. But there,
Amos,
you know what?
Amos says that.
Uh,
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just getting at I mean, I'm sure you noticed it, but Amos says that the Bible says that the land of the Canaanites, or the land of the Amorites, in Amos's case, was given into the hand of the Israelites, and that's horseshit. That is absolute horseshit. The Egyptians expelled the Hyksos in 1500 BCE. They moved into Canaan, and they took the land of the Amorites, and they ruled over Canaan for 300 years, all of it.
But couldn't that verse in Amos have been a future prophecy, not
No,
history?
he was talking about the time that they were freed. He was literally mentioning when they were freed from Egypt, and he was also talking about shoot. There's another group. It might have been Moab. There's another group that got freed from the hands. Who was it? Shit, it's gonna kill me. It doesn't matter. There was another group that got mentioned, and he mentioned them both together, talking about how he helped them, be free from enslavement. And he goes into mention Egypt, that I freed you from Egypt, and then I freed you from, like, he literally says something along the lines of like, I freed you from Egypt and brought you into Canaan and gave you the land of. It's like super specific like that. Like he's clearly talking about the Exodus.
Man, the problem is it's really tough because you have so many named different peoples in such small little areas there around the Egypt, Lake of Galilee,
Mm-hmm.
River Jordan, and up into Syria and over, and then over to the Euphrates and stuff. It's like it's hard to be able. I mean, they could have all have been floating around in like little pockets, and they could have been neighbors and not even known it, or
No,
they got along, or
I
they
know
just,
it seems.
it's. I don't know how you could actually. So I don't know how there's any way to actually solidify any of this roaming around with all these different peoples, and at this point it's all speculation, don't you think?
No, not at all. No, there's very clear evidence. I think that and by the way, I know it seems like these people were all living in little private pockets where they didn't know about each other. But that's just not the case. All of these civilizations had trade routes that spread like a spider web all across Canaan, all across Asia Minor, into Egypt, into Mesopotamia, and they all had their own specific commodities that made them important to the larger societies, to the Assyrians, to the Babylonians, to the Hittites, to the Egyptians. You had to have something to offer if you wanted to not get conquered, or if you wanted to have money for your city, or if you wanted to have grain during the famine or whatever. So people would have dyes, they would make clay pottery, people would write music and stories, and anything you could think of that could make you money. People became perfectionists at it, and they spread it throughout this giant trade network, and everybody knew everybody. All of the nations were well known. They had maps. They had whole maps of what they thought was the entire world.
Yeah.
And it included all of the nations.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with what you're laying out there for sure. But let's see.
Well, hold on really quick before we move on, because I worry, because you feel like some of this might be speculation. So I want to establish the reasons why I don't think it's speculation. I think that we know the Amorites. It's not speculation that the Amorites conquered Mesopotamia right around the year 2000 BCE, almost immediately branched into Canaan, moved down into Egypt by the year 1800, rose to power within 200 years, and were expelled, and were also ruling over Canaan until that expulsion, and at which point their power dramatically dissolved, and they were turned into a small people group, like what you see in Genesis. But that was much later. That right there is an inconsistency for me. The fact that Genesis is saying, I'm going to give the hands of the land of Canaan into you, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Amorites, the Jebusites. They're just listing the Amorites off as one small group or something, but it's like, hold on. Like, during that time period, the Amorites were in complete control of all of Canaan. It wasn't a bunch of small groups that were in power during that time. It would have been, I'm giving you the land of the Amorites, not the land of the Jebusites and the Hivites and the Amorites. So that right there is a huge inconsistency for me. That does not match what we know about political rules. But what I'm getting at is that, go ahead.
But that's assuming that the Amorites actually were dominating that whole area and weren't allowing those other trade routes, those other cultures, those other tribes, whatever, to freely trade in the globalist ancient world.
They were allowed to trade. They're called vassals. So when you're a vassal, you're basically, I'm trying to think of like an analogy. Yeah, they let everything run just the way it did, except for all of your money goes to them, and they give you just enough to survive.
Yeah, the kind of like the Roman model.
Yeah, and this is classic. You know what I mean? This is what people did. This is exactly what the Assyrians did to the Damascans and to the Israelites when they moved in. They did the exact same thing. They made them vassals.
Okay, but what you're saying is that when God told Abraham that you're going to take the land of Canaan, you're saying that that's not possible because they were all already Amorites, right?
Yeah, it would be completely, it would make no sense linguistically for him to say, I'm going to give you the land of the Hivites and the Jebusites, and list the Amorites off with all of these tiny groups, as if the Amorites is one of these tiny groups, when the Amorites is the one that rules the entire land.
But
also allegedly, they are Amorites too, like the Israelites, according to this story. Since they're trying to connect themselves with the Hyksos group, they would be Amorites, and I find it really out of place that they never say that. They never say, you are Amorites, or the Amorites are your people, or you come from the Amorites. Like, they never say that, but they're clearly implying that they're from the Hyksos.
All right, a couple different things. So if they all had their trade routes and they were all different, and they all had their specialized commodities, and they were all ham jamming on the Belt and Road trade route, they could still have Roman umbrella over them, but they would still need to have their own distinct pockets of different tribes or whatever. And
Yep.
what you're saying is that they had those, but then they also were just all Amorites. That's a contradiction there.
No, I'm not saying they were all Amorites. I'm saying that it was all Amorite owned. It was not the land of the Jebusites, the land of the Hivites, the land of this. Like, they didn't own shit. You weren't taking it from them. You would have been fighting Amorite armies to get that
Right.
land. You would have
Well,
been
wait.
taking it from.
Well,
It's the land of the Amorites.
okay, but well, so you're saying that all these other groups that were under the umbrella of the Amorites were already pacified, had no military whatsoever that we know of, and
Well, they were
therefore
tribes.
it
They
should
were
have been
tribes.
called Amorites instead of being specifically named by tribe for Abraham.
No, I mean, they continued to be identified by their pre-Amorite conquest identities, but you have to keep in mind that the Amorites is like an empire the size of Babylon, and these are small tribes like the city, the size of a small fucking Wisconsin city or something, with like nobody that lives there. There's just 50 to 200 people in this little tiny village, and you have an army of 10,000 Amorites with iron swords moving in. Like, you don't have an option. You literally die or you do exactly what they say. But yeah, their armies were nothing compared. Like, the Amorites were not relying on the Jebusites and the Perizzites to fight when battle came. Like, they were nothing. It would have been like, you know, you have a team of people with baseball bats and you throw in a little 5-year-old whipping pebbles in the background, like, to help. That's what it would have been like to involve one of these cities in an Amorite war.
Okay, so we know also that before Ishmael or Isaac, that Abraham went into Egypt, almost had his wife, kind of, taken from him. I don't know, whatever that whole thing. And Hagar may have probably became an addition there and started to tag along. And then they went back east and into Canaanite Israel, whatever. And whatever happened there, that whatever, right? Okay, so then you have that famine that's talked about in Genesis, and maybe that famine is what broke up the Amorites from the north, and they kind of detached or whatever, and
No.
Joseph ended up going into Egypt. Is that
Nope.
possible?
What caused the Hyksos to originally enter Egypt?
Or what
Yeah.
caused the Amorites to lose their umbrella? And it could have possibly been that famine that
No.
was experienced by Isaac and the tribes.
No, not at all. They lost their power specifically because the Egyptians conquered them. They destroyed them in wars. The Egyptians moved into Canaan and literally, just fucking laid waste to all kinds of different cities and destroyed whole Amorite populations. They took people in as slaves, all kinds of stuff. It was a big deal, and it lasted
All right,
for 300 years too.
What about? Do you think Joseph was real?
No.
All right. What about Hagar? And so Ishmael isn't even real or anything in your.
No. No.
What about
Nothing.
if Isaac isn't real? How did King David emerge or whatever? And we know that. I mean, we have archaeological evidence of at least Solomon.
I don't know that that's true. I don't think we do. I know we have archaeological evidence of David. We have one. The only archaeological evidence we have of King David is one piece of ostraca. An ostraca is a piece of a pottery fragment. People used to take broken pieces of pottery and they would write little messages on the piece of pottery because people just writing sources were scarce, so people would scratch messages onto broken pieces of pottery. And so on a piece of an ostraca, they found, which dated to be authentically from around the year 1000, right around the time King David was alive. And it says the House of David on it. That's the best we have. You know what I mean? There could have been multiple Davids. We don't know if it was, We don't know what significance it really had or what level of authority David had. It literally just says House of David on a piece of clay pottery from his time period. Granted,
All right.
and it's
Well,
probably
but you
talking
have
about him.
you still have you still have the Psalms, you still have the city of David, you still have the I think the springs or the wells or whatever that kind of crop up there. You have Solomon. I think you have remnant of the first temple somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe it's only the second, but
The second temple we have a remnant of. The first temple was completely demolished, every bit of it.
but there seems to be at least some remnants of some things that Solomon either had built directly or reference to that
I
age
don't
of
doubt
Israel.
Solomon.
And
Let me
there's
just
like
get this out of the way,
pillar.
though. I believe
What's that?
Solomon was real, though. I believe Solomon and King David existed, though. They're inside of the time frame that I accept as like real history, sort of mythologized
Right. So,
real history.
um, is it Kings and then Chronicles and then Judges, or is it Judges way before Kings and Chronicles? Can't
If I
remember.
were you, I would just remove Chronicles from the picture altogether when we're looking at the ancient sources, because Chronicles is one of the very latest Jewish texts to survive in the Bible. It's written around the year 400 BCE, way, way, way after all of this stuff happened. Kings, however, Kings stops at the Babylonian exile, unlike Chronicles. Chronicles goes way into the Persian period, but Kings, however, with even though it only goes up to the Babylonian exile, it has archaic layers that Chronicles doesn't have. Chronicles clearly looks like a Persian text through and through, all the way around. Everything it has is just blatantly copying from before it. It doesn't add any new information except for the Persian material, and it's there specifically to glorify the Judeans and to demonize the Israelites. But
I didn't realize
Chronicles,
that. Yeah, I'll have to next time I check it out, kind of remember that kind of narrative, because like you're saying, to me it's almost like they just copied each other, almost.
that's exactly what happened. Chronicles copied Kings, glorified the Judeans even more than Kings already did, because Kings already was big time. But Chronicles just went full Monty on glorifying Judeans, copying everything that the Kings said, and then adding from the Babylonian exile for roughly 200 years all the way up until the time of Malachi.
All right. So some kind of off, the wall questions here. Do you think that Samuel was a real person, or that's all? Or how about Saul and Samuel?
Yes, that's where I think the real history starts, is with Samuel. I believe that Samuel is, well, you could say, hold on, was Samuel? Yeah, Samuel was, no, I think it goes back to before Samuel even. Deborah. In fact, I think
Okay.
that Deborah the prophet is probably the oldest real figure in the Bible, in my opinion.
All right. So we have it says Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, Kings, right? So you say possibly that Judges is kind of a start of something that you could actually verify in history, and
Yep.
that's upstream from Kings and Chronicles for sure.
Yeah.
So how can you pick and choose buffet the history of Judges and dismiss King David and Solomon so easy?
No, King David and Solomon, I believe, are real.
Okay. Are you sure? Because
Everything.
I thought that you were saying that they weren't real just about 20 minutes ago.
No, I was just saying that we don't have good evidence. The only evidence we have for King David is that, other than the, stories about him in the Bible, which are clearly mythologized, is a piece of pottery that says House of David. You know what I mean? Like, the evidence is very slim that they were real people, but I have no reason to doubt that they were real people, because so much of these historical narratives, after the Judges era, have lots of evidence to back them up. So I do
All
think
right.
that
So
King David was real.
okay, let's take a look at like cultural aspect of what you're saying. So God tells Abraham to separate from all these polytheists or whatever, go to Canaan. He floats around hangs out with the Amorites, whatever, kind of blends in, him and Lot with all their stuff, and end up in Egypt, go back into Canaan, start to well, actually they've been circumcised or whatever, right? But they're distinguishing themselves from all these other people. Why would the Amorites or any other group kind of what do you call it? Why would they carry the Israelites or the Hebrew myth or stories to the point where we have them now, as opposed to whatever the heck they were believing?
They weren't. In short, they weren't. We have to think about, like, the Israelites supposedly pop up in the storyline 1876. That would have been the year that the first Israelite was born, would have been in 1876, according to King's timeline, with the 480 plus 430 year period. 1876 was when Israel had its first children. So literally, in the literal sense, the people of Israel started in 1876. And we have no mention archaeologically of Israel until the year 1200. And that's
you're saying 1876 Common Era or BC?
BC.
Okay.
BCE, yeah.
Okay. Let me think for a minute. I'm still trying to process some of this.
Playing from on.7.
But my point being with that is that Israel had allegedly been around.
When was Israel popped up enough and cropped up enough to separate itself and enforce its own land area by the time the Babylonians came?
Okay, so if we're talking archaeologically, like what actual history says about Israel, the very earliest mention we ever have of Israel is on what's called the Merneptah stele, and it's a piece of stone about a meter tall that talks about Pharaoh Merneptah and his conquests across the land of Canaan during the time of the Ramses era. So 1208 roughly would have been the year during Ramses, right after Ramses II ruled. I think it would have been Seti II or something like. Or no, Merneptah. What the hell am I saying? During Merneptah's reign, he moved across Canaan and conquered a few different popular cities that I don't remember a single one of other than Megiddo and Lachish. Israel was one of them, though. He mentions Israel on the list. He says, and I quote, "Israel has been laid waste, their seed is not." And when Merneptah's scribes are listing all of these different groups that he conquered, like, the city of Hazor, blah, 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 all these people, the scribes always put a determinative at the end of the word to show the status of the group that you're referring to. So if you're referring to a nation, you have a symbol that you put for a nation. If you're referring to a confederation, you have a symbol for a confederation. If you have a symbol for a tribe, you have you put the symbol for the tribe. If it's just a small family, you have a symbol for, if it's just one person, you have a symbol for one person. You put a determinative after a people group that you're talking about to show what kind of people group it is. And with all of the other nations that he conquered, which were small nations, by the way, the nations that he conquered were not like New York City. They were small places that he was conquering. He put confederation and nation markers next to them. But with the people of Israel, he put the small people group marker after them, showing that they weren't even large enough to be called a nation or a confederation even, or a tribe. They were literally just a small group of people, probably just mountain-dwelling nomads that called themselves Israel.
Wouldn't it be necessary that they were able to scrape together people from all those different groups at that time, like Samaritans or Sumerians or the Canaanites or the Philistines or the Amorites. Like they were probably a mixed mash of different, different people that just happened to somehow fight off the Amorites or whatever and separate themselves. And of course, circumcised would be one way of doing that physically, but also politically and geographically, they would have to do the same thing.
You have to keep in mind, though, they did not do that. The Bible says, I gave we conquered the land of the Canaanites and the Amorites. That didn't happen. The Egyptians did that. We know that for a fact. They have very detailed records about the Pharaoh after he expelled the Hyksos. They laid down a 3-year siege at Sharuhen, defeated the Hyksos, moved into Canaan immediately, and conquered literally all of it, all the way up into Anatolia and almost to Mesopotamia, all of Syria, everything. He took everything. The city of Jerusalem, we have the Amarna letters. They literally have correspondence from the city of Jerusalem before Israel even moved in there, but when it was still native Canaanites.
But what about I don't know if I can buy into that, because what you have in the east is the Babylonians. They've went down and they contained Egypt. I don't know if they went in there and full on went and conquered, but I definitely know that they were able to like contain and seal off or whatever, and they took the Israelites and exiled them all the way back into Babylon.
When Babylon took the when Babylon took it was the Judahites that the Babylons took, not the Israelites. When they took the Judahites in 586, this was so the Egyptians lost control of Canaan in the year 1200 when the Bronze Age collapse happened. A whole bunch of empires went under. The Hittites went under forever. The Ugaritic culture went under forever. The city of Troy fell forever. A bunch of huge empires completely went under and never recovered. It was one of the biggest collapses in human history, and it's called the Bronze Age collapse, and it happened right around the year 1200, literally right after Merneptah swooped through and conquered Israel. And he said Israel has been laid waste. We're talking like 10 years later, the Egyptians lost control of Canaan. And they had a control of it for 300 years prior to that. They were the ones that took it from the Amorites, and they had kept control of it for 300 years until the Bronze Age collapsed. So my point is that when the Babylonian exile happened, this was 600 years later after the Egyptians had lost control of Canaan. So when the Babylonians came, the Egyptians were not in control of the Judahites.
It's pretty something that I've noticed is kind of strange in this whole sector of like human knowledge or whatever it is. I see a lot of like Hebrew, Jewish, how do you say it? Like almost denial and almost like cherry picking denial, of different factions of the Judaism that's, in the Bible. Like Abraham didn't exist. Moses didn't exist. Exodus didn't happen. Deuteronomy was written by King Josiah.
It seems like cherry picking, but it's not cherry picking. The reason that they come to these conclusions, like I said, is that when you lay out the archaeological record for what we have evidence for, everything before the Judges period, there's no evidence for at all. It all seems to be just a bunch of made up stuff. We have no archaeological record for it, and it completely contradicts everything that the Egyptians and the Babylonians and everyone else was saying. It seems like they don't know what they're talking about at all. And then when you get into the Iron Age, all of a sudden everything starts lining up perfectly with archaeology. People that really existed are being talked about. It's completely different.
Okay, that may be true, but what seems to be happening is with all these different little things, what's being taken apart is the base foundation of what built Israel, the Israelis, the Hebrews, and the country, the quote unquote, Israel, Hebrew people that Messiah would be revealed through, right? So basically, the Hebrews at this point, based on this ideology that has been coming out, they don't believe in Abraham now. They can't believe in Moses now. They were Egyptian now, and
Well, there's no rules. There's no rules to Judaism. You know what I mean? It's just like Christianity. There are Protestants. There's a bunch of different sects of Judaism, just like there are Christianity, that all have conflicting beliefs about the Bible, but they all unite under their belief in God. It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like they all still get along. They have different beliefs. Like there's no mass agreement. Just like in Christianity, just like in Islam, just like in Hinduism, it gets split up into a bunch of different groups that disagree with each other, and it will always be that way because so much of it is so vague and left open to interpretation.
yeah. So how do we go from the Amorites being the Israelites to Egypt wiping out everything that was Israel up to where the Amorites would have been, and then like that time to Rome and the second temple being destroyed?
Okay, so just like a rough outline, Amorites move west. Well, first they move east into Mesopotamia, conquer Mesopotamia, then move west into Canaan, conquer the Hittites, conquer all of Canaan, move into Egypt, conquer Egypt, do it for about 100 years, get expelled. Then not the Amorites, right? Not the Amorites, the Israelites, which is not the Amorites, popped up a few hundred years later from the Canaanites. We don't know that they were actually descendants of Amorites. We have no reason to think that they were. They're trying to connect themselves with the Hyksos, who were Amorites, but they're doing it falsely. Like they're making a bunch of huge mistakes about the Hyksos and who conquered who, and so they're clearly not pulling from a real record. It's more like an oral tradition that they're probably taking this from. But the Israelites pop up. They develop. They go into and they probably are made up of a bunch of tribes. The Israelites probably are made up of a bunch of tribes that are names from the actual list, but I don't think there were actually 12 tribes. I think there were fewer than that. But it probably was made up of a bunch of tribes that did not include Judah. And I think that nomadic people from the south, down in the desert below the Fertile Crescent, you see that big patch in the picture on the screen, that's all the desert.
Mm-hmm.
They came from down there, just above that skinny sea, the Red Sea there. They came from just above the Red Sea there in that desert. The Judahites did, worshiping Yahweh. They brought Yahwism up from around the land of Edom and Moab, around the Dead Sea, up into Canaan, and merged with the tribes of Israel and became one of the tribes of Israel. Although they probably never actually were a tribe of Israel, they just conquered Israel and claimed that they started out as a tribe of Israel for a national identity. I doubt that they were actually a tribe of Israel to begin with. They could have been. It's possible that they were, but there's a lot of fishy stuff going on, a lot of stuff that seems to be like they're making excuses when no one's asking questions. And it just makes me think that they are lying about what happened with the Judahites. I don't think that what they're saying happened with the Judahites is what actually happened. It seems to be one of those, you know how history is told by the winners and you sort of get a falsified story of what really happened because people gloat and exaggerate details about how great their conquests were. That's exactly what the Judahites are doing in the Bible. And so I can't really fully just like take what they're saying on faith because they're clearly engaging in that tradition of glorifying themselves and exaggerating all of their wins and stuff. So it's like we don't really know to what extent they're doing that.
All right. Who do you think became the Assyrian people? Would that be the Amorites?
That's possible, actually. They go back really far, though. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Assyrians go back to like 2000 BCE, like around the time that Babylon popped up.
Yeah. They may have been. They may be the only. Well, not the only. They may be the first civilization that we actually have good archaeological evidence for. You know, in their tablets and their civilization and their culture and stuff and all that stuff because of the Sanskrit, right?
Oh no,
So,
we have
where
a
did they
Sumerian. Oh, go ahead. I
Sumerian?
thought you were. I just
Um,
wanted to say like Sumerian and
yeah,
Babylonian and
Sumerian
Egyptian got
and
mixed a little bit.
Assyrian. No, you're right though. They were second after Sumerian. So you're right about that. So like, where were these all groups that formed of sectioned off Amorites?
No, so when the when it first started out, before the Amorites had moved in, Babylon already existed. So Babylon was part of Sumer. Sumer was basically all of southern Mesopotamia, and Ashur or Assur was all of northern Mesopotamia, and that's where you get the name Assyria from, is Ashur. So, and that contains the like Mari, shoot, Ashur is the one city. There's a few nations in the north that for some reason I can't remember. And then you have like Uruk, Babylon, and whatever else down in the south. And the Amorites came in around the year 2000 and took over the south and then moved north, eventually conquering the north too. But the Assyrians predate that conquest. So do the Babylonians. So do the Urukians.
So let's just say by the time King David and Solomon were ruling in Israel, what where were the Amorites and the Egyptians were they weren't Amorites at that point, right? So they would have been split between like Israel would have been the wedge between Egypt and the Amorites at that point. Is that right?
No. At that point, so by the time King David came around, this was King David is around 1000 BCE. King Solomon starts reigning about 970. So right around 1000 BCE, the Amorites were conquered by the Egyptians in 1400 BCE. So 400 years before King David is when the Egyptians conquered the Amorites, and that's when the Amorites were dissolved into one of these small groups that you hear about in the Bible, like when Genesis talks about them, and they say,
Okay.
you know, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, like there's some small group, and that's when that happened, when Egypt conquered them. But
Okay, but wait
Genesis
a
is
second.
saying all of that
Where does it
before.
say in the Bible that Egypt was the umbrella at that point? Weren't they
It
still further
doesn't.
south?
It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to get at. They're wrong. The
Hmm.
Bible never says that Egypt had control over Canaan. It says the Israelites did, and they didn't. Egypt did that whole time.
Hmm. I mean, you know,
This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm. This is an example of when I say that the
okay, so
pre-Iron Age material doesn't
yeah,
align with history.
I mean, that's a hard one to swallow because
It
that's
doesn't need to be hard to swallow though. Like these, we're
it doesn't
talking
need
about
to be,
ancient
but it's
Jews.
the opposite of
It has
what
no
the
it has no
narrative
impact on
is.
Jesus.
So
Yeah,
it's
I
hard to
know. Like
it's hard to take in because okay, there had to be, if that were the case, there had to have been skirmishes between the Egyptians and the Amorites during that time, all along that area, that strip between
absolutely,
the Sinai and the Mediterranean.
there were. Yeah, it was more in the north though. They happened more in the north, like up towards Galilee.
All right, and so like all if that were the case, all these little tribes that are all mentioned by name, which means that they were a factor apparently or something. They would have all been wiped out in the battlefield, the literal clash fields of Armageddon, and destroyed. So it's like,
Well, no, they were left as vassals. They weren't destroyed. They were left because you think about it, like I mean, it would be like going into a junkyard, right? and or go like say someone gave you a taxi company and you have the choice to rent out all of these taxi cars or take all of the cars and smash them with a payloader. You know what I mean? Like you can kill all the cars because oh, I forgot to say the former dealership that you took over was your enemy. You hate this person. You get their dealership, so you're like, oh, I could fucking smash all their cars or whatever. But you could also take all their cars and just put them to rent and make a bunch of money. And this is the exact concept that the Egyptians had when they came in with these states. They said we could destroy all these people that oppose us, or we could force them to work for us and, you know what I mean, produce. Like these people can, they plow fields, they create things, they can make us money. And that's what they did to all these nations. They left them intact and just ruled over them.
Man, I don't. I mean, hold on, I gotta think for a second because I don't think I can buy into that because
Well, you have to consider.
by the time when does Rome start? Or, pre-Rome start becoming a factor and being able to hold its ground, to where Egypt is out of the mainland of the Israel at that point and contained into the Sinai.
Egypt is pretty much never a problem after the year 1200. After the Bronze Age collapsed, their power dramatically decreased, and other empires grew really large, and Egypt didn't have the kind of weight that they used to hold in the Bronze Age. So, like during the time of the whole Bible, after the time, everything after King David, Egypt is no longer a big power. I mean, they're an empire. Don't get me wrong, but people can kick their ass.
When was Alexander the Great?
He started moving into, I believe he started his conquest in 330 BCE.
Okay.
That was very late. Way late. And the Romans were even after that. But there's more that I wanted to get into if you have a little bit of time. There was something that we didn't get to cover that I wanted to just talk about.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of the most important thing, too.
I'm still having a hard time process this, by the way, but I mean,
Well, this is part of understanding the Bible. Is part of taking an actual scholarly approach to the Bible, anyway, is to realize that not every word of the Bible is 100% true. Like these are people that wrote this, and people don't always tell the truth. You have to keep that in mind.
Okay, but you say, hold on a second. Sorry about that. So, keeping that in mind, how come we don't have stories or a book or a Bible or whatever from the Egyptians saying about how they went into these lands and took it over or whatever?
We do.
Why don't they have their own Bible like that? And why is it?
They do. They literally did document these in great detail, but they did it in different ways than what the Israelites did. The Israelites, they kept things in oral tradition and then eventually wrote it on scrolls or whatever. The Egyptians were doing things much earlier, and they were inscribing things on clay tablets and big stone tablets, or they were inscribing whole stories about their conquests on the inside of their temple wall where they were buried when they died. Like they would be put to death, or not put to death. They would, be buried in their tomb, and on the entire wall, this wall is absolutely enormous inside of their tomb, and in little tiny hieroglyphics, literally every square inch of the entire inside of their tomb, which is like hundreds of square feet, they write out the entire story of their life, which tells the story of all of their conquests, every city they conquered, everything, in very high detail.
Do you think that picture hieroglyphics are easier to interpret than words, or the other way around?
I don't know. Honestly, I've never interpreted a language. I've heard that hieroglyphics are really difficult, but from what I understand, we have a very clear understanding of hieroglyphics today.
All right. How about the fact that the only language that is alive from antiquity now is Hebrew, and how is it able to survive all of that or whatever if it wasn't some sort of, let's just say, divine will for that to be the case?
Because the Bible survived that long. It's the original language of the Bible. That's the only reason. If the Jews,
Okay.
because the only reason Hebrew is around today is because the Jews are around today. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Christians didn't preserve Hebrew, they left it behind. The New Testament was written in Greek and Aramaic. There's no Hebrew in the New Testament. All the Hebrew is in the Old Testament. The Jews were the ones that continued speaking Hebrew. The Christians spoke Aramaic and Greek. The Jews were the only ones that continued that tradition.
Do you think that the Israelis, if, when they were somehow established at that time between the Amorites and the Egyptians or whatever, spoke Hebrew?
Wait, when?
Do you think that the Israelis were speaking Hebrew in that wedge in between Egypt and the Amorites?
Yeah, I believe they spoke Hebrew from the time Israel spawned as a nation. Right after the time Israel spawned, so we have the first mention of Israel from King Merneptah, which is 1200 BCE, 200 years before King David. And it says they're, a small people group, not even big enough to call a tribe, very small. We're talking a family, or two families maybe, of people, like very small people group living in the hill country, east or west of the Jordan and northern Canaan. That's all we know. But they had just popped up within that century, likely, if they were that small of a group. And so I think our oldest, like, clear signs of Hebrew developing are within 100 years of that. So around 1100 BCE, we have what's called Proto-Hebrew evolving, and it's very similar to Hebrew, but it also shares clear ties to the Phoenician that the Hebrew was drawing from. The Hebrew comes right from the Phoenician alphabet, of course. So we have Proto-Hebrew evolving in around 1100, and then we have Clear Hebrew showing up on inscriptions around 950. So from 950 until the year, I think Aramaic started popping up around 400-ish, around the Persian period, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. So for about 500 years, Hebrew was the lingua franca. It's what every Israelite spoke in the nation. They all spoke Hebrew. And then around that time, around the Persian period, is when the Judahites started adopting Aramaic, and Hebrew was just used as a holy text from that point on. And then it was readopted after the time of Jesus.
Do you think, with all these kind of new narratives that are coming up, and even like Jewish people and Hebrew scholars and the Israelis, they will sometimes even adopt some of these things that are diminishing from what we know of their history or their the what happened in the Bible, that they're going to actually be able to identify with any of it, because it seems like it's a dissolving of their history, but at the same time, what I noticed is not only are they doing that, but anything that could be validating Jesus Christ, of course, they will denounce it, and they will also use anything like the new Ezra Dead Sea Scrolls that they find. They'll use any little napkin script of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they will like literally turn that into a Jesus. It wasn't Jesus, kind of a sermon for them, right? So it's like, at what point are they going to dissolve themselves of all of this, like, known narrative history? Because it's going away fast.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by it's going away. The Christians and the Jews are obviously at war. They always have been. And so the Christians demonized the Jews, and the Jews demonized the Christians, and that's the way it's always going to be. And the Jews, how do I say this? Oh, so in my opinion, the Jews are right, by the way. Like if we're having this argument and we're deciding about the Messiah and what the original scriptures say and whether or not Jesus fits that criteria, Jesus doesn't fit the criteria of the Messiah, and the Jews were correct to reject Jesus. And
Actually, I
that's
do want to
very,
discuss that either today or some other time, because I hear that
yeah,
I hear that argument a lot, and it's like when I talk to the atheists and we're battling over at tacos or whatever, like I hear all these new little these things that are cropping up, like actively being propagated or whatever. Maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but it's like every little thing is taking away from what we know or whatever, in revised history or whatever. And it's just a lot of it just doesn't jive, and it doesn't it doesn't cross reference. And then if you were to actually add the Quran into that mix as a spiritual text, it definitely blows out all of this stuff. So that's another layer why for me it's very difficult to like jump on board this stuff, because it talks about Egypt, it talks about Moses, it talks about the scripture given to Moses. You know what I mean? So it's like it's hard for me to give up that narrative.
yeah, it's very hard to. Not that I'm suggesting that this is what you do, but like examining the Bible in a real historical way when you are a person of the faith is a difficult thing to do. Uh, it's a decision that you have to make. I'm not suggesting either way, but I think that when you're looking at an ancient piece of history, because you have to at least admit to yourself that you've come to believe this out of tradition. You know what I mean? The people around you believe this, and it's been presented to you as true, and so you've also adopted it as true. You've accepted it as true before you've understood it, and you look for things that try to prove it, or you look for things that might show you even more that it is true. But if you don't engage with that tradition that exists, and you just examine the text as a historical document, just like any Moabite text or Ammonite text or Amorite text or Egyptian text, you just grab the Bible. It's a couple thousand-year-old text, and you just place it in what its time period is and examine the language for what it is. It does not line up with what the Bible is saying happened, and that's a big problem. And so, there needs to be adjustments made. I'm not saying that the Messiah can't be real or God isn't real, but there's some things in the Bible that are clearly mythologized and adopted from earlier cultures. And those things, if you're going to take a historical look at the Bible and treat it like a real piece of scholarship, you have to remove those things, whether it's just temporarily or permanently. But to understand the Bible in its literary context, you'll never be able to do it engaging with 100% of the Bible as true, because it just simply isn't. There was no difference between mythology and truth during the time that the Bible had began being written. During the time of the early Israelites, around the year 1200, and the time of the prophets and stuff like that, mythology and fact and fiction were completely blended during that time. There was no rules like that. Everyone was engaging in mythology all over the Near East. There was nothing special. And this is why, if we have time, I really wanted to get into the storm god history with you, because it's really important to the subject. It's probably the most important thing we could talk about.
The storm god, like hurricanes and storms, like that kind of storms.
Yep. Yeah. Or just weather in some cases. So, where do I start? So in the year 2500-ish, well, no, I'll start earlier than that. When civilization started, it started in Sumeria and probably Egypt in the same century. We don't know which it started in first. It was most likely Sumeria and Mesopotamia. And so language, first civilization came, mud brick houses and systems of government and whatnot, and then we get language developing, right? And it's in the most simple form you could imagine. They start out by using little cones and spheres. I'll try to be quick about this, but they start out using little cones and spheres as a way of record keeping. You know, cones represent sheep, or maybe cones represent 10 of something or whatever. They're doing it like that. They're counting with little objects. And then somebody gets the idea to imprint these, to lay down a slab of clay and imprint these cones and spheres and cubes into the clay to make the symbols, so that you don't have to carry all of these cones and spheres around. You can just have one cone and one sphere, and you can use that as a tool to write a message with a bunch of cones and spheres. And that's what we see for a while. And then you get like a sort of a primitive language that comes from that, called cuneiform. And cuneiform is where you take the ends of reeds that grow around the Euphrates and Tigris River, and they make kind of like a V shape when you snap them off, and you press that V shape into the clay, and you can make a bunch of different characters with the wedge shape of the end of a reed. And so they evolved into that sort of language. And once they evolved into that sort of language, that was around 2900 to 2700 BCE. They only had administrative text. Everything was like for governors and officials and high ups. Like the average person didn't even know this language. They didn't know how to read. They didn't know how to interact with that. It was above them. But within 200 years, around the year 2700, we start seeing these administrative texts mentioning the names of early gods in Mesopotamia, the names of the highest gods like Ea and Lil and Utu and Ninhursag and Inanna. They start getting mentioned in these earliest texts as the highest gods, and they don't have any mythologies written about them during this time. Mythology doesn't even exist yet during this time. We're in the year 2700 BCE. No one has mythology yet. They're just talking about them as people making offerings to them, or people building a temple for this god, or they'll have a theophoric name where someone has the name of that god in their name, and that's where gods are at, right? And then so that's around 2700. We start getting the mention of gods, and the gods literally are stars during that time. Like they're the personification of stars. They're the personification of water. Like the god is the ocean. The god is death. Like the god of death is death. The god of the sky is the sky. It's not. They're just the personification of whatever they are. And they're just calling, like yeah, exactly. They're calling the sun a god. They're calling the sky a god. They're calling the ocean a god. And so around 2500, they start calling storms gods. And so they have a storm god, and eventually that. And so in the year 2500, the name Iskur in Sumeria pops up. The name Adad, way over in Canaan, pops up. And the name Teshub in the Hittite area pops up, all in the same year. And those three gods are the exact same god, just by different names, because of their different language families that they come from. The Sumerians spoke a language isolate that was not a Semitic language, and so they called it Iskur. The Hittites, they're up in Anatolia. They have an Indo-European language isolate that's completely different from the Semitics also, and completely different from the Sumerian. So they have Teshub. And then all of the Semitics use some variation of Adad or Adu or Hadad or Hadah. And so that was the initial storm god. It started out as Ishkur, Adad, and Teshub, depending on what region you lived in. And the storm god was one of many gods. It was a subservient god. In Sumeria, it was the third son of the highest god, so the supreme god. There was like a creator god, just like El Elyon. The highest god had children that were other gods, and Iskur was the son. The storm god was the son of the highest god. And he was associated with mountains, bulls, bringing storms, rain, thunder. He was called the rider on the clouds. Um, and in Teshub and Adad also over in Canaan and the Hittite area in Anatolia, they also were associated with bulls. They were associated with they were shown holding a lightning weapon. They were associated with mountains, fertility, all the same stuff. All of them were associated with the exact same thing. And this is because cultural diffusion was happening. These cultures were traveling around and absorbing each other's mythology. And so they had matching details for their storm gods because everyone was just taking the coolest details that they had made up in their mythologies about the storm god and adding it into theirs. And so first it starts with Ishkur, and then as the Akkadians move into Mesopotamia around the year 2200 roughly, they bring Adad in because they're Semitic. So they bring Adad into Mesopotamia, and so now we have Ishkur and Adad, and they get syncretized, and literally their name gets switched to Ishkur Adad. They just smash their names together, and his new name is now Ishkur Adad. Trying to think of where I'm going with this. So then the Babylonians make their own culture in the roughly 1900 or so BCE, and they do the exact same thing with Marduk, and bulls, mountains, storms, rider of the clouds, holding the lightning weapon, all the same stuff. But they add a new element to the story, and it's what's called the Chaos Camp. And the Chaos Camp is a story where the storm god, defeats he defeats chaos and brings order to allow creation to exist. And we see this across all of the storm god motifs. Everyone that adopted this storm god mythology all the way up until hundreds of years after Jesus continued this tradition. And Marduk was the storm god in the Babylonian Enuma Elish. He basically was the new Ishkur Adad. He took over the storm god role of the Babylonians when they took over. And the Babylonians, by the way, were Amorites. That was the Amorites. And so they took over and made Marduk. And the story about Marduk contains Marduk defeating Tiamat, which is the sea god. But that's when this motif of defeating the sea god, which is always depicted as a serpent or a dragon, and almost always depicted as multiple-headed, mostly seven-headed dragon. And so this is called Tiamat to the people that worship Teshub, the storm god. Teshub defeats Ilyanka with the lightning axe. Marduk uses a lightning axe as well, I believe. Baal uses it's either a lightning axe or a lightning club. Baal-Hadad, so we have Marduk defeating Tiamat, the sea god. We have, who is also a sea dragon, and then we have Teshub defeating Ilyanka, the sea dragon, with the lightning axe, and then we have Baal-Hadad in the Ugaritic text defeating Lotan, the sea monster, with the lightning club. And Zeus, it gets over to the Greeks around the year 1200, 1100-ish or so, and then we have Zeus, the storm god, that associated with bulls and mountains and fertility, riding on the clouds with the lightning weapon, defeats Typhon, the sea dragon. They're all adopting this exact same mythology, and so
and they were incorporating this into their own polytheist systems that existed, right? Or were they just whole cloth,
exactly,
ditching theirs and adopting this?
No, it was all it wasn't like, it was so smooth that you wouldn't even notice it happening if you were among the cultures. You wouldn't ever, there was never one single moment where you would be like, yeah, we're going to put this in our story, because it all happened orally around the people until it was eventually so popular that it was written down. So there was never a moment where like scribes were like, yeah, let's lie about this. Like they were just writing what the actual oral tradition was. The oral tradition part is where the mythologies start to evolve. But I have a point that I'm making with all of this. And yes, by the way, they were polytheistic. The storm god was just one of many gods in all of these traditions.
And by the way,
And they
like
all,
I've heard these names either in the Jewish or whatever Bible text or scripture, or in other places. Like I don't think they're named in the Quran or anything, but like I've heard these names, and so I think that like some of them are valid, of course, in terms
definitely.
of like they could be like lower, not necessarily gods, but they could be like lower realm uh, controllers, or given domain in order to do some sort of purpose or whatever. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, they're gods. They're definitely gods. It says in their stories that they are gods, but there's always a supreme deity that created the universe in all of these cultures. Like I can't remember the names of the sky gods for the Hittites, but they had their sky gods that were above the storm god. The storm god was, obviously, I said in Sumeria, it was the son of the supreme deity, and Lil was the highest god. Over in Canaan, we had the highest god. Uh, El was the highest god, and Hadad was his son. Well, by some mythologies and other ones, it was Dagon was his dad. But anyway, El was above Baal. Zeus, the highest god, was Kronos, who was above him. And one thing that happens in all of these stories with that highest god is that the storm god rises to power over the supreme deity in all of these stories. That's another recurring element of these stories, right? Like Marduk rises to power over the highest god, and Lil, Baal Hadad in the Ugaritic text, rises to become king of all the gods over El. Zeus, I believe he kills Kronos in his mythologies. I can't remember, but all of them do the exact same thing. They start out as a local storm god. They fight the sea dragon with a lightning weapon, restore order from the chaos. They rise to power and become the highest god. They
Would
all
that
did
be
that.
kind of a metaphor for you said, because you said they were the sea god is always kind of, or the storm god represented as like a serpent dragon type of creature or whatever? Like, is that a metaphor for like the Satan figure or whatever is taking over the God figure in all those uh,
No.
narratives?
The concept of Satan being an evil figure is a Christian idea. So that not even in the Jewish Bible is that a concept. Satan is mentioned 2 times in the Jewish Bible, and they're very short mentions in both occasions. One time is in Job, where he's basically just like, you know, telling God like, "Hey, we should test Job," and God's like, "I promise he's gonna listen." And then the other mention is in Jeremiah, where he's standing there with Joshua the high priest, and God's like, "I rebuke you." Those are literally the only times Satan is ever mentioned in the Old Testament, and it's
Pretty
not
sure that's
until
Zechariah, but yeah, you're right about the what
oh,
the evil.
okay, you might be
Yeah,
right. It's one of the
Zechariah.
prophetic books.
But yeah. Um, okay. So before we get into any, because the thing is like this is a lot of work. Like going in and like, trying to tie down and
I
trying
know.
to solidify like all these historical things and the archaeology and what we know of the civilization and pottery and the seals and the all the different things and all the different narratives and all the different possibilities and all the different speculations and everything. At what point do unbelievers need to come to grips with you got to take it at face value at some point and just what we have is what we have.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, generally speaking, of course, there are degrees of unbelievers, quote unquote, but unbelievers generally are taking the Bible in a scholarly approach. You know what I mean? They're looking at it the same way that a scholar would look at the Bible, or a Jew for that matter, for the most part. Um, and so the more that you look at the evidence for the Bible, and like you can take the Bible on its face, sure, and you can just take what it says as true, but the evidence doesn't lead anyone to believe that. And generally, with evidence, the more you look at the evidence, the more the truth gets exposed. You know what I mean? Whatever is true will become more and more in the light as you look deeper and deeper and deeper into the evidence. And throughout the centuries, as the evidence has grown and grown and grown, and archaeology has become a real thing, and we've started to really get a good understanding of all these ancient cultures, it becomes less and less true. It doesn't validate the Bible like you would expect evidence to. We should expect to be finding evidence that proves the Bible to be true, and it's instead proving that things in the Bible cannot be true in big ways, like very real, easy to see ways, not like obscure, vague. If you squint a little bit and you kind of assume this, or it's not like that. It cannot be true. The Egyptians cannot have been freed from Egypt in 1446 and then built the city of Ramses, because the city of Ramses was built 200 years after that. Both of those things cannot be true. One of them is false. They literally both can't be true. They're at two completely different times in Egyptian history. And so one
Okay,
of those
but
two things is false.
Ramses isn't necessarily directly tied into the story. Like, that's just one of the ones that we
They
know.
literally name him. They literally name him by name and name the city by name and say they built that city. The Israelites built the city of Pi Ramses. And we know that for a fact from Egyptian records. They lay out the whole labor force and everything required to build it. It was built, of course, during the time of Ramses. It's named Ramses because it was built during his reign. He named it after himself. And they're saying they built that city, and that was in the 1200s, but they're saying in Kings that they were freed from Egypt in 1400. That's a contradiction.
All right. And it names Ramses by name in the Bible.
Absolutely, a bunch of times, and it names the cities by name.
Okay, but isn't it a contradiction when you say, I mean, you just said that the Egyptian writings laid out the labor force or whatever, that was probably the Israelis who,
no, because it says they were freed. They were already freed. They were already freed.
Hold on. What's more of a discrepancy? The 200 years that might be off, or the listing of the labor force and the head count and the roll call?
It doesn't matter, because according to the Israelites, they had already been freed for 200 years at this point. When the Egyptians started building it during Ramses, Ramses ruled in the 1200s, right before the Bronze Age collapsed. We know that for a fact, which was 200 years after the Israelites say that they were freed. But they're also saying they built that city that was built 200 years after they were freed from Egypt. And they said they built it while they were enslaved. That's a huge contradiction. What I'm saying
is 200 years in overall lapse of time is really not that much. I mean, it's just a puff of a cigarette, really. So it's like, if they didn't happen to get those years right in terms of lining up perfectly, I'm okay with that. Like, so they got the years wrong. It doesn't matter. If Egypt has a roll call of the Israeli slaves or whatever for the labor, I would go more on that and screw the dates that the Hebrews had, because they go off their own calendar anyway. So the events not lining up with the timeline is less of a problem if they have the cross-reference of talking about the Israeli labor force. You see what I'm saying? Mm-mm. You there? Andy, you there? You're back on stage.
Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
How long were oh shoot. Oh, now he dropped out completely. Standing by.
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
That was
it's
the
okay.
second one was just pure clussiness.
Hey, that's all
Um,
right.
what was
Shoot, I
the
forgot
okay?
where
So
we're at.
we can trust that we can trust the date of the because they use different calendars. Doesn't matter. We are able to make calculations and know what year something that we can mesh the two calendars. That's not a problem for historians.
Okay.
They've done that.
So when you said that the Egyptians had extensive writing or whatever they had about the labor force,
Yeah.
isn't that like doesn't that show that that date could have been wrong and those could have been the Israelis, or would that have been a different group?
Sure. If we engage with that, let's just say that the Egyptians weren't telling the full truth and it was the Israelis that they had, then the Israelis are wrong when they said they were freed from Egypt in 1446. That was 200 years prior. They wouldn't have been enslaved anymore. They would have been freed for 200 years by the time Ramses was built. So somewhere, it doesn't matter where, whatever you want to choose, whatever narrative you want to pick, but the other narrative has to be false. They cannot both be true. You can't be freed in 1446 and be enslaved in 1250.
Are you one of these Mandela effect people or the Dunning-Kruger effect kind of
No,
people?
no, not at all. I don't believe in any superstition.
Right. So like
Dunning Kruger, yeah. Dunning Kruger, definitely. Mandela effects are fake.
so there's a way that like a narrative can kind of reshape what we think we know about history. Say, let's just pick, like 9/11 or something. The narrative of the time probably shaped a lot of our current view, but there'd be, uh, filler or new evidence or new information or this or that, that could maybe make you change your mind about, what actually happened. Maybe the Michael Moore movie, maybe the new congressional commission that's, in talks, whatever it is, or, whatever. But what was I going with that? Couldn't it be that there's a kind of a Dunning-Kruger / Mandela of what actually happened in that history and one or the other side. And if you lose 200 years, well, it's really no big deal.
It's a huge deal because we have an unbroken record of Egyptian dynasties that listed every year and every accomplishment that every pharaoh did. Every single thing from early 1400s, mid 1400s, late 1400s, early 1300s. We had every period listed in detail with an unbroken chain of events that lead up to the building of the city of Ramses during the ruler that was named Ramses. He named it after himself, and it was in the mid 1200s. It was literally a desolate land. It was the former city of Avaris from way back when the Hyksos ruled, their Delta city, which had been in ruins ever since the Egyptians destroyed it when they kicked the Hyksos out. He rebuilt the old city of Avaris into Ramses, High Ramses, in the mid 1200s. And so if the Israelites are saying that they were freed in 1446, they're wrong. If they're trying to say that they were part of that building project and they were enslaved during the reign of Ramses and they helped build the city of Ramses, then they're wrong about that date of 1446. My
Right,
whole
but
point about this is that there's an inaccuracy in the Bible, and it's provable. There's no question. One of those two
it'd
things is
be,
not
hold on
true.
a second. Isn't history's always written by the winners, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Most times,
I mean, that's what, that's like the saying or whatever,
yeah.
or whatever. But let's just say that the Egyptians did get drowned in the Red Sea. wouldn't that be an event that could cause a 200-year gap in terms of their narrative?
There is no 200-year gap in their narrative, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you're just telling me,
There's
like, in 1200, they couldn't have been the labor force because the Israelites are lying about them being freed in 1400.
There's an unbroken chain in both narratives. Both the Egyptian narrative and the Israelites have an unbroken chain. And the Egyptian narrative, by the way, doesn't include mythology. It's all just an actual historical record about empires and about slave labor and about building projects. There is no, the gods did this, or, snakes were talking, or, donkeys or whatever. Like, this is all actual, just normal history from the Egyptians. And then we have the Israelite record, which contradicts its own self. The Israelite record contradicts its own self, but it also contradicts the normal Egyptian record and contains a bunch of mythology with talking animals and lightning and fire coming out of the sky and angels and demons and stuff. So, I mean, which one is more likely to be true?
That's what I'm saying. At a certain point, like at a certain point, you have to take at face value what we're seeing, because I don't know if the Egyptian, I haven't personally dug into it or anything, and I know that there's some scripture that they found pretty recently that I should really read, because I guess it's gaining popularity or whatever. But what I'm saying is, at a certain point, in terms of the faith of, like, the Judeo-Christian, Islamic, God of Abraham tradition, you also have to look at that at face value as well. And I also want to say, like, trying to tie in your faith in with historical record that could only be really actually mostly speculated about at this point, because, like, you're not going to go back and be able to, like, know everything unless you take a time machine and you actually can see it. So some of it is, you're just not going to know. So the reason I say that is because you're going to be an uphill battle a little bit if you're trying to bring people out of the faith, because when you talk about the New Testament and some of the things that draw people to Jesus Christ in particular is, you go into some of the texts and it's not about history. It's not about linking and associating, and it's not about tying down and pinning down all these facts of history or genealogy or anything like that. It talks about how, God loves you. You're special. He wants to be with you. Spiritual kind of it's more of a relational kind of, with the reader, as opposed to a linking of a history and something that is like a physical realm fact, that we all, the flesh really does want that. It wants to be able to validate itself and validate everything, but you don't always get that. And the spirit realm, once you're kind of confirmed, or Jesus comes to you, like, it doesn't go away per se. Okay, so it's like, if you come to the religion via that route, none of this stuff that you're selling is going to matter.
It does matter. And the reason that all of this stuff matters, the reason that all of this historicity matters, and the reason that I was bringing up the storm god, for example, is because the only reason, and you said this in the very first sentence when you started explaining why, you summed it up perfectly. You said, God loves you. God. You start from the position that God is a real character. And if you do take in this historicity that I'm talking about, and you do engage with what the evidence says, all of the evidence points that God, Yahweh, is one of these storm gods. He is just a very much later Jewish or Judahite revamping of the old storm god mythology. It's the exact same thing. He fits every single narrative. He directly quotes from the Ugaritic texts about Baal Hadad in the Psalms and in Isaiah. And one of the Psalms directly copies what seems to have just been a wholesale copying of a story about Baal-Hadad that takes place in Lebanon, and is talking about his storms, shaking the cedar trees and stuff. It seems like they just have taken a poem about Baal-Hadad and literally just replaced it with the name Yahweh. But Yahweh is a storm god. Yahweh is repeatedly associated with bulls and mountains and lightning, and he defeats the sea dragon who has 7 heads and represents chaos. Every single feature of this ancient storm god mythology, Yahweh fits perfectly. He is a continuation of that storm god mythology, and that's why he's in direct conflict with Baal throughout the entire Bible, because Baal is the storm god. It's a competition of the old storm god versus the new storm god. And just like all of the other storm gods, just like how he's associated with mountains and bulls and lightnings and fertility and covenants and all of this other stuff that the old storm gods were associated with, he also rises to power over the high god and becomes the highest god, just like all of them did. Yahweh rises over El Elyon and he absorbs all of the features of El Elyon. In Deuteronomy 32, we have it says El Elyon divided up the land amongst the sons of God. The sons of God were members of the divine council, and the sons of God were the other gods, the gods that were not the creator God, all the lesser gods. There were said to be 70 of them back in the day, but there were way more. But the sons of God were the lesser gods that were below the supreme God. He was all of their father, and he was all of their king. And in Deuteronomy 32, it says El Elyon divided the land up amongst the sons of God, which are those 70 gods, the lesser gods. And he says, to Yahweh he gave Israel, or Israel was his allotted portion, whatever it says. So it's saying that El Elyon in Deuteronomy 32, it's in the most archaic layers of Deuteronomy, by the way. It's the parts that show that old Hebrew that I'm talking about. It talks about El Elyon being the highest God and giving the land to Yahweh, who is one of these lesser gods, the sons of God. But later on, Yahweh is said to be the creator. Yahweh is said to be the highest God, the only God. He has all powers, the powers of all gods. He's all powerful, all knowing, everywhere. He's eternal. You know what I mean? He eventually switches from being just the storm god to being the supreme deity, just like Zeus did, just like Marduk did, just like Iskur did, just like Hadad did. Yahweh is doing the exact same thing. So the Jews, with this God character, this Yahweh character, was never a real character. They're just engaging with the storm god mythology that started in Mesopotamia and spread across, and everyone just, as it spread into their land, they made their own storm gods and adopted all of the old features with the lightning weaponry and the bull and the fertility and the mountains and the controlling storms and being, the Psalms, or it's either Psalms or Isaiah, they literally call Yahweh rider on the clouds. That phrase goes back to the year 2500 BCE, talking about Iskur. And it was also said about Adad. It was also said about Teshub. They were all called rider on the clouds, or rider of the storm, or storm rider, or cloud rider. This Yahweh tradition is just an engagement of that storm god theology. And the more you study Adad and Iskur and Teshub and Zeus and Indra and Seth, and you start to look at all these other storm gods, it becomes very, very clear that the Jews are simply engaging in this storm god mythology. And that, to me, is proof that Yahweh isn't real. And so if Yahweh is not real, none of the Bible matters, as far as like the Messiah or Jesus or anything that spawned after it, the Quran. This is all coming from an ancient storm god trope. And the Jews believe this is true. I mean, why do you think the prophets ended in the year 400? Because they came back from the Persian rule, and they rebuilt their temple, and they're hearing all these old stories about, God dwelling in the temple and filling the temple with fire and smoke and building a cloud in the sky and all this stuff, and prophets predicting the future. And the Cyrus is like, you can finally go back from exile and go rebuild your temple. And they spend 20 years or whatever, rebuilding the temple, and it's finally complete, and it was in a perfect holy year period, 70 years, and there's no presence of God in the temple, and there's no prophets predicting the future, and they're all left there wondering what the hell is going on. And so they just declare that prophecy is over from now on. The spirit of the prophecy, as the spirit of the Lord, has left Jerusalem. But what really happened is that they were so detached from the fact that this was mythology that they didn't even realize that these gods were never real. They were detached from the storm god mythology that the old Jews were engaging in, that by the time they had come back from the exile finally, they had no clue that none of this stuff was never real. And that's why there was never a presence of God in the temple, and that's why the prophets never predicted again. They were never predicting in the first place. There never was a presence in the first place. This was storm god mythology. That's my take.
Okay. Wow. So
And this is why I don't believe in the Bible.
The second temple being built or whatever was prophesied in terms of, Cyrus was literally named as the ruler that would release them from Babylon to be able to go and do that, right?
Yeah, you know how I feel about prophecies, though. They didn't write this stuff before it happened, obviously. No one's predicting the future. That's not possible. They wrote it after it happened.
All right. How about the thing is, everything you said could be true, but it's irrelevant now because Jesus Christ died on the cross and he was sinless, and so all these
Jesus Christ,
gods or whatever, it's all done and sealed with, because like he accomplished what was necessary. He's between the two spiritual realm and our realm to be able to knock all that junk off. There's not going to be any more tumbling of it. He's the top dog now.
Yeah,
Right.
but think about what the implications of that are. You're saying that a storm god mythology spread across the Near East. It was adopted by the Judahites. They incorporated it into their own religion. It treated it like it was a real god when it clearly was not a real god. It was a personification of a storm. They made up a bunch of stories about interacting with this storm god that was never real. And then they said that that storm god told them that a Messiah was coming. The storm god that was never real told them that a Messiah was coming. And now you're saying that Jesus, who was that storm god that was told to them, or I'm sorry, Jesus was that Messiah predicted by the storm god that was never real. And we're supposed to believe stories about Jesus, who's the son of a storm god that was never real.
Well, but you say that, but it's like it's almost like for about 10 minutes ago, like you were going on about how these other cultures and civilizations were doing all this stuff, like they were all valid. Now all of a sudden it's not valid.
They directly, for one, like I said, mythology and truth were completely blended during that time. People there was no care to them about whether a story was true or false. It was about whether it was exciting or not exciting, and whether it helped them to establish their national identity or not. So when these people first developed the storm god mythology, like I said, it was just the storm. The god was the storm. And then they started personifying this god and giving it human-like features over time, and slowly developed it into this, mountain bull fertility, defeating the sea god. That whole trope developed later, but it was just initially just a personification of storms, just like Mott is a personification of death. And that's all it began as, and it just evolved from that. And the Jews adopted it almost 1,300 years later after it started, way later. They were one of the last ones to the party to do it.
So I guess Lindsay has a question, possibly if she's still down there. Maybe she'll type it out, or maybe she'll come up. Let me put a link down.
Let's hear it, Lindsay. Oh yeah, just come up. Come up, you little tramp.
Jeesh.
I'm just messing with her. She knows.
Yeah.
I hope she knows.
there's a link there. So
But yeah, I think that I feel weird even saying that. I think there's no doubt in my mind that Yahweh is just a continuation of this storm God mythology. He fits literally every single detail of the storm God trope. They're clearly just engaging with that trope. I have no reason to ever believe that that storm god was real in the first place because they were just personifying a storm and then later adding human-like features to this god and slowly adding these features, and everyone else was just adopting the features. And not only that, all of the storm god mythologies, even though they share these features like bull, mountain, fertility, storm, they also contradict the shit out of each other a lot. They don't all just agree with each other and like tell the same story. They tell really different stories and describe really different gods with really different personalities. And like Yahweh, for example, says he's the only God. The other mythologies say that, you know, the storm gods spawned out of a pantheon, with them being one of the low tier gods. That's a direct contradiction right there.
yeah, the thing is, there was, before mankind was even like a thought or a thing in the eternal realm or whatever, before they fell, there was a whole eternity of this drama going on, uh, prior. So I don't rule out any of that stuff because, it very well could have been the case. And like what we have in terms of scripture and in the writings and whatever is just a kind of a summary version of, the full story, which, is certainly possible. But
we can only
guess
go
the
with
thing
what we
is,
have.
like, when we talk
Have.
about, see, the thing is, there's no science discipline for study of death. That's what religion is. And to want to take away that aspect of a human being, the spiritual part of him, is also, like wanting to take away the knowledge part of the human being, the science part, or the math, or the whatever. It's part of what he is. And a lot of like atheists say over at breakfast tacos or whatever, they would just want to like eliminate it completely. And it's like, it's part of us, like it's part of either personality or something that even if it's just yoga stretching in the morning, like, and breathing in deep, there needs to be some sort of mechanism for the spirit to get renewed for people. Otherwise, what you do is you get burnt out, and the rat race gets to you, and it drives you insane.
Yeah, and people have said similar things to me before, but the thing is that I'm like 10 years deep of just none of that, and I have no issues. I'm completely mentally well. I'm happy. I don't have any demons in my life. I don't have any big problems or anyone hating me or, horrible things happening to me. I just go about my life and I live happily, and I take interest in the things I take interest in. I work a full-time job. I'm healthy. I'm happy. You know what I mean? None of these things that you would think are going to happen are happening to me. And I know many others that are non-believers that are living similar happy lives to me with just regular average, you know what I mean? It's not like people are riddled with demons without religion to answer their questions. A religion is just tradition.
Yeah,
It's not the study. It's not the study of death. I wouldn't agree with that. I would just say it's inventing excuse or inventing explanations about death without having any proof is what religion really is. And then just you're taking an old story that gives an explanation for death. It has no proof for its claim, and you just take it on faith. That's what religion is.
at a certain point though, when you are, say, alone and at night or whatever, and you're outside, in the yard or whatever, and you're looking up at the stars or whatever, and you see like the whole vastness of everything that is, potentially out there. And you have no answers for it, and you know that the clock is ticking here, the thought of all of the labor that you've put into the life that you are, currently experiencing and whatnot, it seems like such a waste that uh, that is the part of religion that is a positive, is a net positive, because even if it is fake, which I believe that it's all real. um it helps. I guess it's a cope. I guess it is a cope, but the alternative is literally quiet despair or aggressive murder.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, death is a reality. You know what I mean? Like, the concept of a spirit is one of these other ancient concepts that people developed, just like they invented a storm god mythology because they had no idea why storms were happening. I mean, we can look at, meteorology charts and look at air pressure differences and predict when storms are coming. And there's no magic about it. There's no reason to invoke a god to explain a storm. We know exactly why storms happen. But people 2,500, or I'm sorry, 4,500 years ago had no fucking clue why storms were happening and thought that there was someone doing it. And so they made up a storm god. And in the same respect, people 2,000 or 4,000 years ago had no idea why we had thoughts. And they thought that we had some extra person inside of us called a spirit. But we have no reason to think that there actually is a spirit inside of us. There's no good reason for that. That's just an ancient belief that people had when they didn't know that thoughts came from the brain. No one knew what a brain did 4,000 years ago.
So in the New Testament, there's also some prophecy, and we have to assume when it says in the last days, it's talking about the actual last days of the Bible, right? So, do you think those couldn't have been written post hoc, right? So, do you take those serious, or would you, or you don't care?
Post hoc from what?
Like you said, that there's no way that those could have been written before they happened. They were written after the fact, in terms of
Yeah,
prophecies or the prophets.
yeah. Any
So,
prophecies were written after.
okay, so how could this prophecy, when it says in the last days, actually have happened already? Because we're the
Well,
past last days are not the last days because we're here, right? So it's like, where's the post hoc in that?
what you're not realizing about Jesus and all of his followers and the book of Revelation is that they were talking about imminent judgment day, meaning in their lifetime. This isn't something that's going to happen 2,000 years later in America, in some populous country like ours. They were talking about before these people died, during their lifetimes, imminent. They were saying, sell your things, you know what I mean? Don't get married even. Like they thought it was happening immediately. They're not talking about something way into the future. Read what it says. Literally, just it'll be very clear to you that they're talking about something within the next 10, 20 years, probably.
There's
And that,
there's one in particular verse that, it would indicate that, but um, that's also a matter of interpretation in terms
there's
of
several of them. There's several of
generation.
them. There's Jesus saying,
That's a lot of the. It's not cut and dry. That's for sure. Like nothing is, especially nowadays. Like it's all
it
muddy
so is.
waters everywhere. Doesn't matter what you're
It is
talking
cut and
about.
dry. It is cut and dry. That's not true at all. It says more than a dozen times in the New Testament directly that the end is near and that it's going to be in their lifetime. And it's many people say it too. It's not just Jesus that says it. Paul says it. The author of Revelation says it, and many others directly imply it that the end is literally immediately coming. Like, and he's telling people people that are alive during that time. He's telling them to do things to prepare because judgment is literally coming in their lifetime.
Okay,
It's
but
100% for sure.
you have to take the prophecy all into context, okay? Because when Jesus says in John 10, I want to say about 16ish or whatever, it says, and other flock I have, and I'm take with me, but they're, they're not. Shit, I need to find it. They're not necessarily identified quite yet. And I believe that that's talking about the Muslims. So the thing is, like, the
But
tower
why?
was square,
Why
right?
would
It
you
was
think that,
even
though?
and it was balanced. So if humans were around at, say, like, 2700 BC or whatever, like you talked about, like, beginning of civilization or whatever, it's likely that we're going to be existing the same amount of years that is after Christ. Okay, so it'd be like a square. That's the way God likes things. So, the other thing is, a generation to God is literally, it could literally mean an eternal cycle, and not just, based on just a human life. I know that's a stretch, but that's the only way I could kind of explain that. And
Yeah,
what was I
the
doing?
thing is that he was talking to humans. He was saying this generation will not pass. So he's a human talking to humans. I don't know why we would, we would then think that he's using some sort of God timeline of thousands of years equals 1 year for God or whatever. Like, he's clearly just talking to people about their lifetimes and their generation. And
Right,
it's
but like,
you have to
when you look
couple
that
that with
one
the
up,
fact that he says
I'm
it
not
all the
like
other
one of these
times
guys who
too.
likes to look shit up at the Greek or whatever. Like, a lot of people, like, do the Greek, with the Hebrew. But this one in particular case, if you look it up in the Greek, that word generation could mean a delayed. It's not necessarily, a 20 or a 40-year timeline. Just saying.
Yeah,
But
I've heard Justin from Deconstruction Zone mention this exact topic, and he talks about the word used. I can't remember what the exact word is, but the word generation. And of course, when you're approaching these ancient examples like this, and there's multiple different types of uses for the word. You have two ways of deciding which usage is the right way. You use the context based on what's in the sentence and the storyline surrounding it, and you use how often that word gets used in the Greek language throughout history before that. And we have a website for referencing how often Greek words were being used. It has all Greek texts from ancient history, and you can literally type in a Greek word and it will tell you how many times that Greek word comes up and how often it's being used and what way and what context, and it gives you a very clear idea. And he seems to make a really good case that generation just literally meant generation in the way that we use generation now, a lifespan from birth to pregnancy. Your
yeah, me
generation,
and Tacos
your
actually
people.
were arguing about this, or it was a group, but and we came up with a different conclusion. But enough of that. Do you think that the cosmic background radiation thing is valid?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So if that is the residual energy or life force of the beginning of the universe,
Well, no, stop
same would
right there.
apply for us.
Stop
Our
right there.
souls.
Hold on. It's not the beginning of the universe. It never says that in the theory.
Then what's it? What is it an indicator of?
There are no scientific theories that claim that there was a beginning of the universe. Not even the Big Bang. The Big Bang never says that the Big Bang was the start of the universe or that it was the beginning of the universe or the formation of the universe. It literally never says that. No theories say that. No
Okay, but
scientific theories say there was a beginning.
what is the significance of the cosmic background radiation that got them a Nobel Prize for?
Or I believe it's because you're able to measure distances of really far objects or something like that. Physics isn't exactly my strong suit, but if I'm not mistaken, it's the cosmic background radiation allows you to determine distances between objects that are really far apart, because otherwise they kind of like look like dots or whatever. But because this, you know what I mean, you can't really tell how big an object is or how far away it is. It could be a combination of those two things. But because of using the cosmic background radiation reference, you can make that determination. From what I understand, I could be just totally wrong.
From what I understand, it's proof that there was a some sort of energy release or whatever that they would reference as the Big Bang.
Yeah,
And
it came from the
the
Big
fact that they
Bang.
can pick that up is like some sort of proof that there actually was an energy like release or source that is traceable, right? So
Yeah, there
what I'm
was.
saying is the significance of why you would want to know is the fact that the cosmic background radiation is also the same proof that we would have for our souls and our living energy.
Why? How is that proof for souls?
Well, if we can pick up the background cosmic background radiation of the universe and its birth, then it would apply to the same
Yeah,
would apply to our souls because we
right. You're adding the birth. You're adding the birth part.
energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Yep, I hear what you're saying, but you're adding the birth part into the universe, and that's where I have an issue. There is no reason to believe that there was a beginning of the universe at any point.
Okay, but what you're doing right now, what you just said is just like when the Jews deny Melchizedek and thereby Abraham, because the book of Melchizedek talks about the lamb and the sacrifice and the Yahweh becoming a man character, the Jesus character, and being the sacrificial lamb for the sins of the world and reconciling God back to man back to God. Right. So it's actually an obfuscation.
I don't. What's your connection? I missed it. I don't understand.
Okay, so when you say that science hasn't made any theory about the beginning or the origin of the universe, which it had been the Big Bang for a while or whatever,
It
and
never
now
was.
it's
That's what I'm
not.
saying. It never
It's just
was.
like
It
the
never
Jews when they
was.
deny Melchizedek now in the book of Melchizedek and Abraham because it references Christ.
I don't know how to break this to you. Well, for one, it never was. The Big Bang Theory never claimed to be the beginning of the universe. Nobody ever thought that. Maybe common people on the streets that don't understand physics and heard about it in Time magazine or something might have said some shit like that, but physicists never thought that the Big Bang was the beginning of the universe. It's just an event that happened, and it's the oldest event we can measure because space and time and everything were warped during that event. But we don't, there's no reason to think that there was nothing before that. And two, Jews never accepted the book of Melchizedek, as you're calling it. It's not a book. It's a very short scroll that has a little tiny narrative about Melchizedek in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was a small piece of a writing that only one sect of Judaism kept, and they probably wrote it themselves. All of the book, what you're calling the Book of Melchizedek, I believe it's 1Q13 from Cave 13. It directly matches Greek writing, Greek themes, Greek literature. It's written the way that Greek stories were written. It's these writing styles that scroll is written in did not even exist during the time that Abraham is said to have been alive. And the oldest parts of Genesis are not written like what's written in that scroll. It's very, very modern, Greek influenced, both linguistically and theologically, literature. It was written in the 100s BCE, less than 200 years before Jesus was born. Probably 100 years before Jesus was born. It's a very modern piece of Jewish literature. It was never accepted into the widespread canon, and it was probably only known about by the Essenes.
Well, yeah, it wasn't in the canon because it wasn't actually available. But it's not really about Melchizedek. It's about the creation story and a lot of the backfill of it. In terms
Right.
of
That's what
formation
I
of the
mean. So
universe.
why would a story about
Lucifer, Satan,
Abraham?
mankind, Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel.
What you're
So,
talking about and what I'm talking about are two different things. The only thing in the Dead Sea Scrolls that mentions Melchizedek, he's only mentioned in one part of the entire Dead Sea Scrolls collection, and it's in 1Q13, if I'm not mistaken, is the name of the scroll. And it talks about none of the stuff that you're just talking about. And I think that if what you're talking about is probably some fictional work that a fan made up or something. That's not a real text, if I'm not mistaken. Or you'd have to show it to me, I guess, because that's not what the that's not what the Melchizedek scroll talks about. And it's not long either. It's like
There are two of
it's like
them,
9 verses
sure,
long.
but
It's very, very short, and it's fragmented too. It's not even complete. That's the only scroll in the entire Dead Sea Scrolls that mentions the priest Melchizedek, except for the normal Genesis narrative. That just talks about him being a king of Salem.
all right, let's go through this for. I mean, it is pretty short, but
The Book of Melchizedek, King of Righteousness.
hopefully,
Part 1, read by Alexander Scourby. The secret knowledge given first from the temple of Lord to Melchizedek, the King of Peace, King of Heaven upon the earth, the great high priest after the order of the Son of God. Then from Melchizedek to Abraham, Melchizedek's authority as King of Salem, later Jerusalem, and priest of the God Most High. He spoke of God as both creator and deliverer. He was also King of Peace, righteousness and peace. Chapter 1, the history of the universe. Before there was a star to shine, before there were angels singing, had a heaven, the home of the eternal, the only God. Perfect wisdom, love and glory, the eternal lived in eternity, before achieving his beautiful dream, the creation of the universe. The countless beings that comprise the creation were all conceived with great affection. Since the inner atom to gigantic galaxies, all deserved his supreme regard. Music lover,
Yeah,
God of the
I
universe
don't know what this is.
great
Maybe,
chord of justice and peace.
I don't know, maybe Google some quotes from it or something sometime and see if you can figure out where it actually comes from. Because
I'm pretty
there
sure
never
it's
was a
actually
book of
like Cave
Melchizedek.
11, and it I think it was certified about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. So it is fairly new piece that they found, but basically it backfills a lot of the Genesis narrative and story. It tells you how Lucifer fell, how the universe was created, how God had this dream about the world and creating stuff, and it's to me it's valid because the narrative is all the same. The characters are all the same. Uh,
Well, yeah,
and
anyone can take a story in the first
it's
century and
all
just include a bunch
what do
of
you call it, compatible, and it doesn't. It's the same story. Anyway,
that. I
starting
mean,
to crash out a little.
to me that's not a very good reason to think that it's authentic. Anyone can just take a story and just include old characters and make the old characters doing things that they would do back in that time when you already have a bunch of stories telling you what they were doing back in that time, telling you their names, telling you everything about them. It's not like it would be difficult for someone in the 2nd century to write something about Abraham and Moses and all this when they have these extensive stories about Abraham and stuff and all these characters and all these types of, angels and stuff. Like all these concepts already exist. And the fact that you see all these Greek themes and Greek loan words and Greek language and Greek ideas and writing in prose like that didn't even exist during the time of Abraham and stuff. It's clearly not an archaic book. It's people from the Greek period after Alexander took over. The Greek period spawned a bunch of literature like this. By the way, the book like this is not alone. Like there are more than a dozen pieces of Jewish literature from between the time the Greeks took over and the time of Jesus that are just like this and go into the ancient narratives, and they're all bullshit. They're just people from the 2nd century writing stories about the ancient times with no connection to the ancient times at all. And this is one of those stories. So is Enoch.
Well, it could have
So
been. It could
is
have
the
been a
Book of
scroll that they
Jubilees.
just duplicated. Just like handed. I mean, it could have been handed down from hand, literally to hand, down to the Essenes who were kind of militant about copying scrolls, obviously, and living
Then
in caves or
yeah,
whatever and dumping this stuff in. What we have is the Dead Sea Scrolls now, so it's like Yeah, it could be all those things that you talked about, but it also could be authentic and been derived, just like it said at the beginning of the preface, from Melchizedek, written by Abraham. It could have literally been written by Abraham, because that's, it's maybe he, scribbled his little name on there or something.
Yeah. Why would you think that though? And like, you have the choice to believe that somebody fabricated that document, and you have the choice to believe that it was actually written by Abraham. What makes you choose Abraham?
Just because when you listen to it and you hear the story and how it fills in the narrative of the Genesis story,
That's the
it fits
point.
like hand in glove, and it gives you more information about actually what happened, and there's no deviation from it. It doesn't contradict Genesis.
Why would it? Why would you write a story about the ancient times that contradicts the ancient times? Of course, you're going to make it congruent and make everything match up and add on to the story in ways that the old story didn't. That's what pseudepigraphal texts do. When you look
Okay,
at the
but
pseudepigraphal Pauline letters, we have, little short stories about Paul in Luke and Acts. And then later on, we get the falsified Pauline letters, which are doing all of the thing, they're listing all of these, they're going, and just like the apocryphal Acts of Andrew too. It's we have this character Andrew that's barely mentioned, and someone's like, hey, let's talk about him. And they write this whole fake narrative about Andrew. And everyone's well aware that the Acts of Andrew is not a real text and was written more than a century later by someone that probably didn't even know Andrew, and it was just made up. And that's exactly what this text is doing.
okay, that could be, if that were true, then the Jesus theme of this scroll wouldn't be a thing. It wouldn't mention the lamb sacrifice. It wouldn't mention Yahweh becoming a man. It wouldn't mention that, Yahweh says, yes, it's all my, it is all my fault. Right. And kind of like taking the responsibility for it. But of course, that's why he said
Why not?
Jesus.
But why would, I mean, I don't understand why you would think that it wouldn't contain that. These people the Essenes were probably influenced by Jesus.
No, well, no, because they were a century before Christ was born. From what I understand.
They hid their documents literally because the temple was being destroyed. They lived during the time of Christ. They hid their documents right during the time that the second temple was being destroyed in 70 AD. That's when they hid those documents. And there's documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls that date to that time in the first century, like 60, 70 BCE, literally right before the destruction of the temple. Some of the documents of the Dead Sea Scrolls date to that date. They date all the way from the year 150 BCE all the way up to the year 70 AD.
Okay, all right, but
And they came from
I'm
Jerusalem.
gonna have
They
to
came
check that,
from
because
Jerusalem too. You have to consider
if
that.
you're
Like, these people came
If you're
from the
Jewish and
exact
you're
place
writing
that
these
Jesus was
before
in.
Jesus Christ came, that narrative is not something that you're going to be willingly, voluntarily holding on to, right?
Why? Lots of Jesus'
Why? Because
followers were Jewish.
it talks about the sacrifice. It talks about the becoming a man and descending to earth, and also the whole significance of the lamb sacrifice that Adam and Eve were required to do after the fall.
Yeah.
So it's all symbolizing Jesus Christ, and of course the Jews reject Jesus Christ. So why would they
Not
write
all
about
of
it?
them. That's such a weird blanket way of looking at it. Lots of Jews accepted Jesus Christ. A bunch of his followers were Jewish.
Well, sure. I mean, they were all
Jesus
Jewish,
himself
but
was Jewish. Jesus told them that he wanted them to be Jewish and to follow the laws of the Torah. I mean, his followers were Jewish.
yeah, they were Jewish.
Playing from on.7 tablet.
Right. So the Essenes being Jewish has no impact. The Essenes could have been a group of Jews that accepted Jesus, or just maybe some of the Essenes accepted Jesus, and those were the ones that hid the Dead Sea Scrolls.
It's hard to say, because my assumption is, or from what I understand, is all these were written 1 or 2 centuries before Jesus, came on the scene.
No, that's not true. The Dead Sea Scrolls span over a course of over 200 years, all the way from around 150 BCE, all the way up until the time the temple was destroyed. There's a bunch of first century stuff in there that was written during the time of Jesus.
Yeah.
And the thing about these like Melchizedek scroll and stuff is like if this is something that existed all the way from the time of Abraham, so we're talking from the year 2000 all the way until the time of Jesus, so 2000 years. This text was around for 2000 years and didn't make its way into the Greek Septuagint, didn't make its way into the Samaritan Pentateuch, didn't make its way into any of the codices, you know what I mean, the Codex Vaticanus or Sinaiticus, didn't make
Yeah.
its way into the Masoretic text. I'm calling bullshit.
Well, I think I agree with that, but I'll just say that like other texts did not make it into the main, well, the main book that we call the Bible now, like Enoch and all these other ones, even though those are more
Those are from that
mainstream,
same
they're reviewed
period.
apocrypha. Like not everything is in, like not everything is like widely distributed and referenced.
Those other books that you're talking about that are from that exact same period that this Dead Sea Scroll that's being rejected or was probably never even heard about and just was written by the Essenes in the 1st or 2nd century BCE. Enoch was written during the exact same time, and so was Jubilees, so was Testament of the 12 patriarchs, so was the Testament of Abraham and the Testament of Moses. All of these things are Hellenistic writings. They were written during the Greek period when they were under Hasmonean rule, and
What
it's like
about
it's painfully clear. There's no
yeah,
question.
that stuff I think is accurate. Like those dates and those time frames in around that era when the Romans are, I think those are a lot
Daniel
more.
too. I forgot to
Uh,
say Daniel was written during that time. That might be controversial for you to accept, but Daniel is a 2nd century
probably.
text.
Yeah, probably. What about the Book of Maccabees?
Maccabees and Daniel were literally written within a decade of each other.
And you think that was post hoc after Christ?
No, it was written, Daniel and Maccabees were written in the middle of, so about 150 years before Christ. But Daniel is putting himself in the year 600 before Christ. He's putting himself back in the Babylonian exile, but it's a completely fictionalized story written in the Hellenistic period, just like the Testament of the 12 patriarchs and Enoch and Jubilees. It's one of those texts where they're making his fictional character Daniel and placing him during the Babylonian exile. There never was a Daniel. It's a completely made up story so that they can create a prophecy about what happens in the book of Maccabees.
Wow, that's pretty far out. I mean,
It's
what you're
exact.
saying is
It
basically
sounds far out, but it's
a
exactly
conspiracy,
what
right?
happened. Well, yeah, it is a conspiracy. It's exactly what it is. They conspired. Whoever wrote Daniel conspired in the literal sense to make a pretend prophecy to make it look like that the Maccabean revolt against Antiochus Epiphanes III was predicted ahead of time, and it clearly was never predicted ahead of time. There is no Daniel that exists before the year 150 BCE. Daniel, just like the Book of Enoch and Jubilees and all of the Dead Sea Scrolls literature, is clearly influenced by Greek philosophy, Greek theology, Greek ideas. These are written during that time period, that the ideas were invented during that time period after the Greeks had influenced them. So after 330 BCE. Daniel was written 200 years later, almost after the Greeks came in.
Yeah, but Daniel was not written in Greek.
Parts of it are written in Greek. It's written in Greek and Aramaic. Daniel is.
I don't know about that. Actually, that would be a hard one for me to swallow too. But actually,
Look it up. I promise. I'm not lying to you. It's written in Greek and Aramaic. I believe it's either 2 or 3 languages. It's definitely written in more than one.
I would
But I know
expect it to be written solely in Hebrew, and unless they just translated it, which probably happened too. But
no, Hebrew
the
was
actual
dead.
writings of it was probably Greek or I'm sorry, Hebrew. Daniel
Hebrew
was
was
Hebrew,
dead.
right?
Hebrew was dead during the time of Daniel, and that's exactly why you see Aramaic and Greek for the writing. Hebrew, and by the way, if Daniel was written in the 6th century, You know, all of the old 6th century texts like Isaiah, or pre-6th century Isaiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Amos, they're written in Hebrew. And even the copies that we have that you know that were preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, they were written in classical Hebrew. Daniel
Right.
was not. Daniel was written in Greek and Aramaic because that it originated from Greek and Aramaic times, and you can tell that by the themes of the story. They're literally talking about Greek ideas that never existed amongst the Jews before that.
Okay, but you say that it was written after Jesus.
No, it was written Daniel was written 150 years before Jesus, roughly.
Okay, but you also said that there was a 400 period between the last prophet and Jesus Christ. So that
Yeah.
would contradict that.
What's that?
You said that there's a gap of 400 years between the last prophet Malachi
Malachi.
traditionally and Jesus Christ. So Daniel being written at that time would be a contradiction to your
Well, it's not
proposition.
though, because it's not a contradiction because it places Daniel in the 600 BCE. So it's presented as an old 600 BCE text. So it places him during the time when prophets were around.
Right, but the fact that it would have been new to them, it would have been introduced as a new thing to them and not an
Right.
old
And they
thing.
could have been like, look, they could have just
And they
been like,
wouldn't have been saying that there was 400 years between Christ and Malachi.
the reason that Daniel is, instead of just saying, you know, someone why didn't we just have a prophet 10 years before the Maccabean revolt? If you're going to invent a prophet like Daniel, why not just invent a prophet 10 years before the Maccabees that predicted it happened, just like when Isaiah, you know, predicted the Assyrians just before it happened, or Elijah predicted everything with the Arameans just before it happened, or whatever. Like, why wouldn't he would just predict it right before it happened like all the other prophets did? And that's because
That's fine.
they're in an age where prophecies had ceased to exist, and all of the Jews thought that the prophetic spirit had left Jerusalem, and they thought there would never be another prophet again. So the only way they could have a prophet telling about what's going to happen with the Maccabees is to make a prophet be all the way back when prophets still existed in Jerusalem, back before the exile. And so they literally placed Daniel right before the exile to make that case.
I don't know. That's a stretch, man, because
It's not a
why would
stretch.
they
It's a
put no,
stretch
it
to
is a
believe
stretch
it.
because no, I'll tell you why, because it's a stretch because why would they place him all the way back at that period when they could actually place him right there and then and right now and actually get the morale up?
Because they wanted to add that 70-year period, because they want the math to add up. There's multiple layers to this. So first they're talking about the 70-year period in Daniel, and they need a
He
reason.
couldn't
They need a reason to explain why they.
the Cyrus prophecy couldn't have been true if Daniel was written 200 years instead of 600 years, right?
What do you mean?
The naming of Cyrus as the I don't know what he's labeled as, but letting the
The Messiah.
Ezra or whatever go back to Jerusalem and build the temple, right? That hold on, I lost my train of thought. That couldn't have been something that was true if Daniel was actually written in 200 years before Christ instead of 600 years before Christ.
Why?
Why?
Either way,
Well, because
he
they
wrote it
wouldn't have
after
known,
Cyrus.
they wouldn't have known him, or it wouldn't have. Hold on, I gotta think. I know it doesn't work, but I gotta try to assemble it because I've lost my train of thought. Shit.
So think about it this way really quick. If
Okay.
Daniel was written in 600 BCE, it would mean that Daniel would have to predict the future. Daniel talks about Cyrus, doesn't he? Yeah, he mentions all the empires. So Daniel would have to be predicting the future to talk about King Cyrus. Whereas if Daniel was written in the 2nd century, he would just have to look in a fucking history book. There's no magic needed.
Yeah, that makes sense. But um, I the thing is, I freaking lost my train of thought, so I'm not going to be able to repeat that.
All of this
But
hinges.
that does make
All of
sense.
these
You know,
arguments
I mean, I don't
don't
believe it,
matter,
but
though.
it would make sense. But you're talking about conspiracy theories and all the way down the line, and it's like, you know,
No,
what we have is what
this
we
is a
have.
problem.
It's like, you know, when it comes down to rebuking or redirecting or averting all these different things in every single thing, at a certain point, it's like, well, you have the thing, and the only thing that you're doing is you're not presenting something that counters it, like an actual written text of something else, and saying, no, that's rebuking this, this from the same period, and they were liars and we're not. You're just critiquing what our evidence actually is.
That text of someone saying that, we like admitting to it, but you're never going to find that. People didn't do that. You
No,
can't
that's
use
true.
that evidence doesn't exist. You have to use other kinds of clues. But the
Well,
the evidence remains that, like, all of this stuff about Jesus fulfilling prophecy and Daniel predicting judgment day and whether or not anything in the Bible, it all hinges on Yahweh being a storm god. That is a big problem. None of the rest of the Bible matters until we address that storm god problem with Yahweh. Yahweh is copying, not Yahweh. Yahweh didn't write the Bible, but whoever wrote about Yahweh is copying these ancient storm god mythologies and applying it to the God of Israel. That's a fact. There's no question. That's not a coincidence that that's happening. It was happening all across the ancient Near East, and the Judeans were clearly engaging in that tradition. And we know that the storm god was just a personification of storms originally, and that it grew in complexity as it transferred from culture to culture. So that I see no reason, virtually no reason, to think that Yahweh was ever a real god. And all of these ancient cultures all had their own individual gods, just like Yahweh, that they thought were the creator, and they thought were the one punishing them and rewarding them, and they prayed to, and they thought was going to bring them to their own afterlife with all of their own special details that matched all their own cultures. Everyone was doing this. I don't understand why we would come to the conclusion that Yahweh is real.
well, okay. When you say the God of Israel and Yahweh, what do you mean by God of Israel?
Yahweh.
Okay, so that's one entity. And of course, we know that, quote unquote, Yahweh, he described himself as I am that I am, and
Mhm.
the Yahweh or the
Well,
Jehovah
that's hold on. Can
label
I
of
address that
God.
really quick? I just want
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry,
am
what?
that I am thing. I just
Yeah.
wanted a more accurate translation because it uses a futuristic predeterminative. Is I will be what will be is the actual accurate translation of his name. It uses a futuristic tense of to be. So it's the actual word ayah is to be, and it's a futuristic tense of to be. So it's I will be what will be, not I am that I am. That's an outdated translation.
So is that Hebrew or Greek?
Hebrew.
All right. What how does that translate into the Greek? Same way?
It's ego emi, I believe it is. Ego emi or something like that translates into Greek. In Hebrew, it's ayer asher ayeh, ayeh asher ayeh, and that's I will be what will be. And in Greek, that translates to ego eimi, which roughly means the exact same thing. I think so.
And when you
Not
say
100% sure.
the new thing is not I am that I am, it's I am, right, and I will be.
Yeah, I will be what will be. I'll be what
I'll
will
be
be.
what will be. I like
Yep,
that.
it is pretty cool.
Okay. So everything else besides that, in terms of the label Yahweh,
Mhm.
Jehovah, all the different Jehovahs, because these are all describing aspects of like the way God manifested to whoever it was that he revealed himself to.
Mhm.
But he himself called himself, shoot, I already forgot. What will be, right?
Way later, he called himself that to Moses. Way before that, he didn't do that. He called himself El Elyon and El Shaddai to Abraham and all the patriarchs. But then he makes and that's because the original texts, Yahweh wasn't a god in the Hebrew Bible. The highest god was El. El is the Canaanite high god. El Elyon is his name plus an epithet, Elyon meaning most high. And so like they're saying in the Ugaritic texts, we have like, El Jamin and El, just a bunch of El names that are like that, where it's El plus a title afterwards. Just like El, El Elyon means, El most high, and El Shaddai means El Almighty, El Olam, El of the earth, or God of the earth, as they're trying to play it off in the Bible. But in the Ugaritic text, which is the exact text that the Hebrew is drawing from when it's fictionalizing these stories about Yahweh conquering the sea dragon, it's taking it directly from Baal-Hadad's battle with the sea dragon in the Ugaritic texts. And when it does draw from that, oh shoot, I totally forgot what I was getting at. Forgot what I was saying. Something about the Ugaritic texts.
The El, the Canaanite El, the different
yeah.
that are the pre-Yahweh.
Yep. So El is the highest god in these Canaanite texts, and he's given throughout the the Ugaritic texts, he's given all these different names that are just like El Shaddai and El Olam and El Elyon, but it's just different words. Those are new ones. Elyon and Shaddai and El Olam are just Hebrew variations of the Ugaritic words that were used. But El is already given all of these titles. El, El the Great, El the Loving, El the Creator, El the Most Powerful, but in Ugaritic. And so it's El something, El this, El that, El that. And so in the Hebrew Bible, when in the very oldest and most archaic layers that use the oldest language, and they're basically speaking in Proto-Hebrew, they're talking about El Elyon and El Shaddai and El Olam. And this El does not mean God. El does not mean God.
Writing those names, it was men that were making those different labels, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yahweh was not even important to these people when that was written. They were talking about the high God El.
Right. That's another beauty of Jesus Christ, is because he was the one who was raised by that God and solidified and forever sealed like who he is as the God of Israel. Like there's not going to be any differentiation now at all, because like he is who he is, and Jesus was sinless and no one else could do that.
My point about El Elyon being the original name given is that El Elyon and Yahweh are not the same God. Even though the Bible tries to portray them as being the same God. That's a way later misunderstanding of what El Elyon means, because El is also the word for God. And so when they see El Elyon, they think God Most High, but it really means El the Most High, because El is his name. They're copying the Ugaritic tradition of saying his name and then putting a title after his name that glorifies him. And the God of the Bible, the original God of the Bible, before Yahweh was ever even put into the text, when the earliest layers of Deborah and the Song of the Sea and the Song of Moses and, the story about Balaam and the donkey and the earliest layers of Genesis, the pieces before all the editing, there was no Yahweh during that time. It was El. It was the Canaanite high god El, and they were referring to him as El with a title Elyon, or with the title Shaddai, or with the title Olam in the Bible. And then later, when he gets to Moses in the Exodus narrative, he says, when I, back when I saw Abraham and his sons and all that, I introduced myself as El Elyon and El Shaddai, but I introduced myself to you as I am or I will be what I will be. And he's clearly just making excuses for why they were praising, why the Old Testament was. Nowadays it's been edited over. It doesn't even, like God says to Moses, oh, back during the time of Abraham, they called me El Shaddai and El Elyon. And you read the book, Abraham calls him Yahweh. So they clearly edited over the Genesis and stuff to make Abraham saying Yahweh instead of El Elyon, because it's
Right.
Moses. You know what I mean?
I
Moses says
I
that.
don't know. Like, I think it's irrelevant because the fact is these are all man-made names that, in different times and different labels of how they related to the thing or whatever. The only thing that matters is the I am that I am, or I will that will be, or whatever. And that is the God of Israel that connected himself to Jesus Christ, who actually is the interface and the ground zero, or the rubber meets the
Right.
road of mankind and God.
Yeah, exactly. But
So it's a
that
done
God,
deal, and so, like, you can count on him being the same God like forever now. We don't have to make up shit. If
yeah.
that makes sense.
But that's my whole point, is that, like, the whole making up shit is how Yahweh was invented.
But these are just man-made name labels that they labeled him with to describe or how they related to him. They didn't know his name because he didn't tell them.
We can just eliminate his name from, imagine that he had no name. Imagine Yahweh had no name and we just have the descriptions of him and no one ever says his name and they just call him God. We would still be clearly able to see that they copied the storm god mythology. That's the part that's the hinge point. That's why I keep coming back to that, and that's why I wanted to get to it in the first place, because that's a huge hump that you need to address. You can't
I
just be
mean, I
like,
think it's,
it's a
I think it's
problem.
the
It's a
reason
big
why
problem.
the one true God revealed himself to Abraham and told him to go to the west or whatever and separate himself, because there was all kinds of this, sea level, mountain level, planetary level worship of gods that weren't him. And so he got sick and tired of, like, people not worshiping the correct God or whatever. And he said, hey, go kill your kid or whatever. That's not what happened. But, he spoke to Abraham and said, hey, it's time to separate from your father's community, whatever, and stop worshiping idols. And so Abraham was obedient and did that. But real quick, I put a verse in the Quran into the chat. And I want to know what you think about the fact that he wrote this 1,500 years ago, and that would be the Q1624 verse there.
What?
So where it says there, and it said to them, "What has your Lord sent down?" They say, "Legends of the former people." So basically, whenever unbelievers say, "Oh, fairy tales," "Oh, make believe," "Oh, this is or that," well, it's you could say this is a prophecy that God knew you would say this 1,500 years ago. Is that some sort of magic, or what do you think? Post hoc rationalization.
I don't understand what they're saying when they say this in the Quran. What goes sent down?
The Quran, or the Bible, or anything from God, basically.
And when it is said to them, what has your Lord sent down? They say legends of former peoples. So they're just, what, stories from the Bible?
Right. So when unbelievers say fairy tales, spaghetti monster, sky daddy, make believe, well, he knew you were going to say that 1,500 years ago. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I obviously I don't think much of it, because I know that Yahweh was copied from the storm god mythology and isn't real.
Legends of the former people.
Yeah, that doesn't make Yahweh real, because the Quran says that he was a legend of the former people. Just because a book 700 years later is like Yahweh is a legend of the former people, that doesn't make Yahweh real.
Do you think it was just a lucky guess?
What do you mean? What were they guessing? They had access to the Bible. The people that wrote the Quran had access to the Bible. They spawned from a Jewish community.
Well, you're talking about Ishmael or whatever, in the Arabs or whatever.
No, I'm not talking about biblical genealogy. I mean, like, the Islamic movement spawned from a huge Jewish community, and they would have been very well versed in the Bible and knew. The Quran directly references the Bible a bunch of times. It references Moses, Abraham, Isaac. It references Jesus. It says that they accept the words of the prophet. It says that Allah is the God of the Bible.
Right. So when it says here, Muhammad, when you tell them or whatever, and they're going to say legends of the former people, I mean, isn't that kind of like a little bit of a sign that like he knew what you would say, or was it just a lucky guess, or this is all just bullshit?
Who knew what you would say?
Allah or God.
People were already accusing the Bible of being bullshit 500-600 years before this. It's nothing new. You know what I mean? It's not like he was predicting that would happen in the future. They were doing it before him. Celsus was written during the time of Christ, or like right after the time of Christ or something, and he went hard on all of the Bible and proved a bunch of stuff was copied from other mythologies accurately.
Yeah. Got a good point there. All right. So now I'll run my insurance, unbeliever insurance, I don't know, sales pitch, I guess. So how do I want to start this? Because
You got to address the storm god.
Are able to skirt around a lot of the different things that
The storm god's the most important part. That has to be addressed, or my faith will, there's no way to have faith when I know that Yahweh is a fictional copied God.
Oh, but the thing is, you're even saying it yourself that these are man-made names given and assigned to the God. That's not the God telling you who he is. It's man telling us who God is. Right?
That's just a name. Like I said, the name doesn't matter at all. Like, you could call it Flubity. I'm just saying that he's copying all of the details of the previous storm gods. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what his name is.
Right. And plus Zechariah 14:9 hasn't happened yet. So the names are all assigned to him by man trying to describe him or trying to relate to him, but the only thing that God said, so that's all kind of like man just trying to define God, right? Whereas God only defined himself one time. And so would you say that he's the sea god, or he's this god or that god or the other god or whatever? The only thing he said was one time to himself about himself to Moses is the one that has the most weight there, because everything else is man made up. So it doesn't matter if he was surfing or if he was fishing, right? Those are all just words that man assigned to God, not God telling you who he was or who he is.
Yeah, that's my whole point, is that it goes one step beyond what you're saying. And it's not just that man assigned all of this stuff to God, it's that man assigned the characteristics of God and the concept of God from older cultures. They took these older ideas of a storm god that spawned out of Mesopotamia and was just a personification of the storm itself. They had no clue why storms were happening. They said there was a storm god doing it. He became glorified and had a bunch of stories written about him, and everyone else copied the stories in their own way. Yahweh is the Jews doing that. They're copying the story in their own way and pushing Jewish culture into it. And Yahweh's telling them they can't eat pig bone, or they can't eat pig, and whatever was popular Jewish culture, they're making the storm god command all of that stuff. But they're clearly just engaging in the storm god concept. So why would we think that he's real?
What are the odds that of all those different nations and all those different, same gods, or whatever, that it was Israel that survived antiquity, and is the Hebrew language is the only one that's not considered a dead language, is used today. And even the shekel that was used back then is the same, like, unit measurement word, whatever you want to call it, that's used today, as opposed to any of these other ones that didn't survive. Like, what are the odds of that?
The odds are high because Christianity crystallized the Hebrew tradition, the Jewish tradition, the Hebrew tradition was fossilized because of Christianity. They preserved it forever. As long as Christianity is alive, the Jewish tradition will be alive too, because it's part of their history.
So the not Messiah Christians have carried the Hebrew scripture, culture, whatever, prophecy, that kept their language around and whatnot, even though they reject Jesus Christ.
Well, they kept the Jews relevant. Without Christianity, because the Jewish faith almost definitely would have fizzled off in time. It got really weird after the time of Christ, like really weird, like sci-fi weird.
Right.
But
Okay, so we're gonna run the insurance sales pitch now. You own insurance, right?
yeah,
And insurance would hold up in court if there was a dispute over, like, what the payout was, or whatever, like little minutia, like dispute with the company. It would hold up in court if a judge ruled on, like, the case, right?
yep.
Okay, so when insurance policies reference act of God, that's real, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not literally saying that God did it. It's just saying that nature did it. And because Christians wrote these laws, and because Christians think that nature is controlled by God, they're calling it an act of God. It's not because it doesn't prove God. Christians, these people that believe in God, wrote that law. That's why it says that, because they believe in God. They believe nature is being caused by God, so they called it an act of God.
Okay, so it's not called act of Harry Potter, though, right?
Right, it's called an act of God. They didn't believe in Harry Potter, they believed in God.
Okay, and so I'm not saying that it proves God, but what I'm saying is, um, referencing God or Jesus as spaghetti monster, sky daddy, fairy tales, talking donkeys, talking snakes, is actually kind of bunk, because the fact of the matter is, act of God is written in the insurance policies, and it would hold up in court, so it is real.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, but like I said, though, they're replacing the word nature with the word God. That's all that's happening there.
That's fine, that's fine, whatever. But
And it
like
would hold
Sky
up in
Daddy,
court.
but
It doesn't
like
make
Sky
God
Daddy
real,
or
though.
Spaghetti Monster, like these labels or whatever, to outright dismiss whatever a theist might be saying, is actually pretty much bunk now, because State Farm is there.
That's funny, but
Like
I
that?
disagree, though. I do like it, but I don't agree. I think that they're just talking about nature, and because they're Christians, they are labeling it God, but it doesn't prove anything about God at all. It
That's
just
true.
proves they
That I
believe in
mean,
God.
so if your house roof was demolished or whatever completely by a windstorm, hurricane, whatever, and the cause that the insurance company put down was act of God, you would not cash that check?
No, hell yeah, I would.
There you
I
go.
would. I would thank God too.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm not saying that this proves God. Like, it doesn't prove, like hard science prove, like, yeah, there's a God out there that, blah 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 from the Bible. But what
It
I'm
just
saying
proves people
is,
believe in God.
it's proof that, what it does is it shows that any dismissals of quote unquote fairy tale, legends of the former people, Sky Daddy, Spaghetti Monster, all these stupid little, like, Batman or Spider-Man kind of fantasies that atheists like to, like, dismiss arguments by, are all out the window at this point, because State Farm is there.
See, one thing I want to maybe address is in the Quran when it says legends of the former people, it's not saying fairy tales. Legend was a good thing. You wanted legends. Legends was something that people took pride in. You know what I mean? A legend is like a prideful story about your past during in that context. We when we use the word legend today, we associate it with fiction or mythology, but it wasn't during that time. When they put legend, they mean like an epic story from your past.
Okay. So if you're saying that that's the case, then that means that those stories are actually valid then and real.
Well, the Quran says they are. I don't think the Quran's real either. I doubt Muhammad was even a real person.
Dang.
Yeah, going all the way in. No, I mean, he could have been a real
Dude,
person, but
but
I mean, obviously,
how is this like we have what we have and we have all this, biblical archaeology, we have archaeology, we have history, we've got scripture, we've got a lot of stuff and
Mhm.
just flat out denial of it. I
Because
don't see what that achieves.
none of the archaeology supports the concept that God is real. None of it. Literally zero archaeology points to the fact that God is real.
It supports that there was a David, or it supports that there was a King
Yeah.
Herod the Great, or whatever. It supports those
Yep.
things that kind of support the story.
And those things, yeah, right, of course. So, but we are, like me and all of scholarship are all in a well agreement that it's fictionalized history. So there are elements of fiction and history, and everybody was doing this. This is not something exclusive to the Jewish people. Everyone, the Greeks were doing the exact same thing. Read Homer's Iliad and Homer's Odyssey. He's talking about a time from 400 years before him. He's writing in the 8th century BCE, but he's talking around a time, four or 500 years prior to him, and he's talking about all kinds of mythic beasts and completely made up shit to write this fantastic story about the origin of the Greeks. And because that's what people did, they used mythology and mixed it with real history. Could be because the Homer's Odyssey and Iliad talk about real wars that happened too. It's not all mythology. There's a bunch of real history in there, but there's also a bunch
Sure.
of mythology, and that's exactly what the Jews were doing.
But you also have, people that were like Socrates or I forgot, the other philosopher's name, Aristotle or
Aristotle.
whatever, right? You have a bunch of like these Greek logical whatever, that whole faction of it. So it wasn't necessarily fan fiction, right? So like it's possible that it's not um I'm not saying it's 100% correct. I would never do that. I would baked in and immediately off the top say it's a 3% error, just like we give for science, because there's just that factor of
It's so
mankind
much
touching
more
it
than
or
that.
whatever.
It is so much more than that. It's not 3%. It's like 50. But it's
Well,
not
you talking about
error.
the Bible?
It's
Or you
not.
talking about like the scientific method?
No, the Bible.
Like experimentation.
The Bible, but when I say error, I'm not talking about error. It's not 50% error in the Bible. It's 50% mythology in the Bible and 50% real history. There's a bunch of stuff. We don't have to sit here and wonder if a donkey talked to an angel or a serpent talked to a woman, and or a cherubim with four heads of four different animals and four wings and bronze feet was guarding a tree that made people live for eternity. We don't have to wonder if that shit happened. We can just use our common sense and compare that to everything else in the ancient world and realize, like, okay, that part's clearly ancient mythology that they're engaging in here. That was never intended to be a true story. And for some reason,
What
people
about
are so attached to the idea that it was a true story, and it's just painfully obvious that they're engaging in mythology.
do you have a dog?
I have a cat.
People who have dogs and they like command them to go fetch or like sit down or roll over or whatever. They're
Yeah.
talking to a dog, right? Like they're commanding them to do stuff and they're talking to it, right?
Yep.
So it's not really that far fetched. Like maybe stupid donkey or the evil snake or they were talking to it or whatever. Like that's not really a big deal because we do command dogs to do stuff and they do it.
So snakes don't have vocal cords, for one. that just right off the bat, a snake to talk to a human would need vocal cords. Serpents don't have vocal cords to talk to people. And two, it's not like when you think of like, oh, I talk to a dog and it understands me. The dog doesn't talk to you and you understand it, though. And that's what happened in the story. We have a snake talking to humans. We have a donkey. And these are not just like, hey, or like outside, or like down. Like they're having intense, long, lengthy, detailed conversations with snakes and donkeys. That didn't happen. And by the way, like the snake thing is another ancient piece of Near Eastern mythology that long predates the Bible. You know, the snake that comes in and deceives man so that it can deprive them of having eternal life. This existed way before the Bible. That's an ancient trope. It's in the Epic of Gilgamesh, actually. The Epic of Gilgamesh has the serpent tricking Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh finds he finds the the guy that survived the flood, Utnapishtim, that's who Noah was inspired by, that story. He finds the guy that
All right,
survived the
but
flood and asks
hold
him,
on a second. If
okay,
these are all people that are like different hot pockets of just, Amorites, wouldn't it be natural that they would like that those are the stories that they were told. So like, why do you fault the Israelis for maybe even adopting that? Like, it just seems like it would make normal sense. So like, it doesn't make it invalid though.
what you have to realize is that when the Amorites conquered Canaan, they didn't just kill all the Canaanites off and replace them with Amorites. They just moved into the land and also lived there. So it's like not everyone that was in Canaan after the Amorites was Amorites. There was still Canaanites there. They still lived, they still control. You know, I told you the cities were vassals and they just left the city intact with the same governor, the original native people, and just made them pay taxes and kept them as a vassal. That's what the Amorites did to Canaan before Egypt took them out.
Okay, so it makes sense that the Israelis would adopt that those stories that they would be telling and interacting and trading with those people. And so it's like to
100%.
say that they
100%.
stole like this whole ideology or stole this whole narrative.
It's
It
not
could make
stealing.
sense or whatever, but it shouldn't be like, like it
Well,
shouldn't be like, oh well, they just stole it and therefore it's invalid, because that doesn't follow based on what you're saying
that's
about
not
the
why.
Amorites.
Yeah, that's not why it's invalid, though. It's not stealing; it's engaging. It's a tradition. Like to add these mythological elements into your own nation's history. You know, to take the little bits and pieces you know about your ancestors and sort of incorporate these famous mythological elements about the gods into your own history and into your own local god is a tradition in itself that everybody was engaging in, all the way from India, all the way over to Greece, down into Africa, up into Asia Minor. Everybody in the ancient Near East was doing this. And so
Right.
it's not unique to the Jews to do that. It's exactly what you would expect. And you hit the nail right on the head when you said that, the Jews would have been, exposed to Amorite culture and would have adopted their ideologies. They absolutely were, and they absolutely did do that. And that's why we have them connecting themselves to the Hyksos, even though they probably didn't descend from the Hyksos.
That I can't really speak on, because I don't know anything about that. But I do know that it says in the Bible that Abraham, after he made a covenant with God, he had to circumcise. And so the Jews, the quote unquote Jews who started to affiliate with that tribe at the time or whatever, they started doing that, and no one else was really doing that. Maybe the Sumerians or whatever, I don't know, but they were distinct. They were trying to make themselves distinct, even though they may have borrowed or grew up with that ideology of of that type of God.
Yeah, that's not true at all. It was circumcision was a huge Semitic tradition that spanned across all the different tribes across Canaan: Moabites, Ammonites, Amorites, everything you can think of, all the way up to Ugarit. The Egyptians were practicing a slightly different form of circumcision where they removed either a different portion of skin or a smaller portion of skin from the penis. It was the same thing. But circumcision was widespread outside of the Jewish religion already, way before the Jews. popped onto the
Well,
scene?
well, maybe, but maybe they all adopted and became Jewish.
Right, but the Israelites weren't even around. Circumcision was around way before. Like I said, the Israelites,
Maybe.
when they were conquered by King Merneptah, and he came through and he was talking about all these tribes and confederations and nations in Canaan, and he said that the Israelites are a fucking people group of like a couple people. It showed them the symbol used was a man, a woman, and 3 dashes. That could literally be interpreted as a family. But I mean, it was a very small people group for them to not even be called a tribe. And so that means that
I
they
need
had
to.
just popped onto the scene right before that in 1200. And circumcisions go way back before 1200. I mean, if we're being generous, we could say that Israel became a people around 1300 at the earliest. But
Hold on a
even
second.
that's pushing it.
I'm gonna mood up and play this Melchizedek because I need to use the restroom.
Go ahead.
For every creature, he has composed a love song. The Lord was very happy because his dreams were to be realized. Moving himself with majesty, began his work of creation. Your hands shaped primarily a world of light, and on it a mountain blazing over which would forever be executed the throne of the universe. The sacred mountain called Yahweh. From Zion, base of the throne, the Eternal did squirt a crystal clear river to represent the life of him would flow to all creatures. As the throne room created a beautiful paradise that stretched for hundreds of miles around the Mount Zion called the Paradise, Eden. South of heaven, on both banks of the river of life, were built many mansions adorned with precious stones, which were intended for the angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. Circling Eden and angelic mansions built a wall of Yahweh jasper lampposts, along which could be seen large portals, pearls. With joy beheld the eternal capital dreamed. The city in its splendor was adorned like a bride ready to receive her husband. Affectionately called it the great architect, Jerusalem, city of peace. God was to bring into existence the first rational creature. It would be a glorious angel, the most honorable of all. Adorned by the brilliance of gemstones, this angel live on Mount Zion as the representative of the King of Kings before the universe. Much love, the Creator began to model the firstborn of the angels. All wisdom applied to form it, making it perfect. Tenderly granted him life, the beautiful angel like that awaking from a deep sleep, opened his eyes and beheld the face of his Maker. With joy, the Eternal showed him the beauties of heaven, telling him of his plans, which were beginning to materialize. To be led to the place of his abode, to the throne, the Prince of the Angels was grateful, and with melodious voice sang his first song of praise. From the heights of Zion unraveled itself in the eyes of beautiful angel, Jerusalem in its vastness and splendor. The river of life, the serene glide through the city, resembled a broad avenue, mirroring the beauty of the Garden of Eden and the angelic mansions. Involving the firstborn of the angels with his robe of light, the Eternal began to speak to him of the principles that were to govern the universal kingdom. Physical and moral laws should be respected to the fullest extent of the divine government. Moral laws summarized in 2 principles: love God above all things and our neighbor Horn himself. Every rational creature should be a channel through which the Eternal could well have another life and light. Thus, the universe would grow in harmony, happiness, and peace. In the kingdom of Yahweh, the laws would not be enforced with rigor. The subjects were free.
I'm back.
Obedience should arise spontaneously, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude.
All right.
In this realm of freedom, disobedience...
You know, I wanted to point out something about this that makes it immediately apparent to me that this was not an ancient text. It's ancient to us now, but I mean, it's not as ancient as it's claiming to be. It's coming from a way later period, and that's because they're referring to Jerusalem as the city of peace. And if it was really written in ancient times around the time of Abraham, this would have been when the Canaanites were around, and it would have been well understood. It's the city, the name Jerusalem is an ancient Canaanite dialect, and it was originally called Uru Shalim. Uru meaning city of or foundation of, and Shalim is an ancient Canaanite god. Shalim was the ancient Canaanite god of dusk, and he had a brother named Shahar, which was the ancient Canaanite god of dawn. So dusk and dawn, Shalim and Shahar. And so Shalim was the god of dusk. And this was a common tradition, by the way, across Canaan to name your city, you know, city of Hadad or city of, you know, Chemosh or city of Ammon or city, whatever your god is, you know, city of that or foundation of that or place of that. And so when we see Yerushalayim, we know that it's not talking about peace, even though it's because, and they think this because the root for Shalim, the name Shalim, is, as you know, or maybe as you know, Semitic doesn't have vowels, so they just use consonantal roots. So we have S, M, L is the root, and so with that root, Shalom and Shalim, or SLM, Shalom and Shalim, they look the same. They look extremely similar. And so when this text is, Yuru Shalim, it's just SLM in the Shalim part. They think it means Shalom, which is peace. They're completely disconnected from the fact, the ancient Canaanite translation of it, which was, city of the god of dusk, Shalim. And so the fact that this text here, this Melchizedek book, is referring to Jerusalem as the city of peace, even though this was written allegedly during the time of Abraham, who would have definitely known that it was the city of Shalim, is a clear indicator that it wasn't written during that time period.
All right, but he's writing in a past tense and talking about how God was kind of, operating in that, at that time or whatever, that time in eternity when, Lucifer was created, and, he actually called him son and all that other stuff. So like, he's just talking about a past tense. Like, so all that other like language and semantics, I mean, that's all just mumbo jumbo. You know what I mean?
It's not mumbo jumbo. This is Abraham talking. Abraham's talking about Jerusalem. Abraham would have known that Jerusalem meant city of Shalim, the god Shalim, the god of dusk. He definitely would have known that. He was contemporary with the time period when they were still calling it that. He was
Okay,
he
but
came
wait a
into
second.
the land.
He was there because he was going to be revealing the one true God, not the many true city gods. So for him not to put that in there is not really a big deal.
He's not a prophet, though.
No, he's actually talking past tense about, what God was saying when he was forming the
Yeah, but it was never
creation
called the
of
city.
the eternal creation.
It was never called the city of peace before Abraham. So even speaking past tense, it was always called the city of Shalim, the god of dusk, as far back as historical records go, until the time that it's still called that today. It's still called Jerusalem today. But they just now think
Right.
that the
It's just,
Shalim
and that's
part
what
means
it's a
peace, and
reference,
it
but it's
doesn't.
also talking about here God is creating the universe at this point. He called it Jerusalem. So it's like, I understand what you're saying
God
in
didn't
that
name the
linear time
city.
point in history, but this is before history.
Yeah, God didn't name that city. The Canaanites named the city after a Canaanite god. That's what I'm saying. It has the name of a Canaanite god in the city. Why would the God of the Bible give the city of the Canaanite god Shalim? Like, that doesn't even make sense. It's clearly named by the Canaanites and then taken over, and they kept the name. But except for now, instead of saying, they don't want to admit that their city is after a Canaanite god Shalim, so they associate it with the root for Shalom, which means peace. So now they call it, and that's a way later interpretation. The Canaanites were around the entire time, and it would have been understood by everybody. They all spoke Semitic languages. Everyone would have known that it was talking about the god Shahar, even during the time of Isaiah, and
Yeah,
during
but
the
see, the thing
Babylonian
is,
exile.
you're stuck in the linear time realm, and this is talking for as God in the eternal realm. So like, he's saying these things well before the earth was even a fallen place.
Then so we have God making a mistake. God doesn't understand that the city means talking about a Canaanite god.
This is before Canaanite existed. This is before dinosaurs existed.
So they coincidentally named it after a Canaanite god that's super similar to the word for peace. And peace was the actual intended meaning 1,000 years beforehand. And then the Canaanites coincidentally named it after a Canaanite god that has a super similar name to peace. That seems more likely than it just being a Greek era text, which all scholarship agrees with, by the way. All scholarship agrees that the Dead Sea Scrolls knew that the texts that are exclusive to the Dead Sea Scrolls were written in the 1st century BCE. There's no question. Like, and this is a great example, by the way. Like, you should take interest in this. Like, the City of Peace is a way later interpretation. For them to be that disconnected from the Canaanite culture and Canaanite language just goes to show that it's not from Abraham's time. He would have known that.
Why is God dependent or downstream from the Canaanite naming of a city when everything was created by God and is downstream of God? So Abraham isn't bound to writing what his city's name is based on his here and now experience of life, his testimony. He's writing about the past, and
Yeah,
he's
I
writing
addressed
about from
this.
God's perspective,
I
right?
addressed this.
So what?
When I said the Canaanites, like, it would have had to been some big coincidence where the Canaanites just coincidentally named their god a name that meant the future meaning. The root means the same thing of the future meaning of what the Israelites would eventually call the city, which God was secretly calling the city thousands of years prior, which makes
So that
no
proves that
sense.
it's actually from God.
No, it's the exact opposite. It makes it completely crazy to assume that, because all cities across Canaan were named like that: city of Hadad, city of
Okay,
Ammon,
so
city of Ashur,
okay, so
and that's
if
a
that was the
Canaanite
case,
god.
and we have to assume that he was obligated by blood or death to write that name down, then this proves that it was from God because he didn't write that name down.
Who didn't?
Abraham.
What do you mean?
So if he only knew that the city was called the whatever you called it, um, whatever that label that you had for it, if he only knew that as like that was what he was taught, that's how he was indoctrinated, that's how he was raised in the church, and that's the name of that city, and it always was and it always will be, but he didn't write that name down, that means that the revelation had to have been from God.
It means that Abraham's story is fictional, like I already told you earlier. Like I said, if Abraham was from that time period, he wouldn't be making that mistake.
Unless it was from God.
Why would it be from God if we know that all the other cities were named that way?
Because
And
he didn't know.
Shalim
How
is
would
a
he know?
Canaanite god.
How would he know what to name it or to label it except that thing that you said it should have been? That means it had to have come from God.
You're being so vague with what you're saying. I don't understand what you mean.
So if the Canaanite name was the official name and that was the only name that Abraham knew, he would have wrote that name in the text, right? According to
Yes.
the
Yes.
mind of the limited mind of the flesh and how cities were named. But the fact that
Absolutely.
he didn't and he named it whatever God told him to name it proves that it's revelation from God.
Absolutely not. It proves that whoever wrote the story about Abraham was so disconnected from the original Canaanite meaning of it's clearly named by the Canaanites. It's named in the same exact naming convention as all of the other nations around, or all the other cities around. Just like I said, city of Hadad, city of Ashur, city of all these other gods, city of this, and then we see city of Shalim, a Canaanite god, and it was a Canaanite city before the Israelites, before Abraham, or whatever story you want to believe, before any of them, it was a Canaanite city, and it was following a Canaanite naming convention listing a well-known Canaanite god. Why would we
So
assume the other?
because it's not in there. That Canaanite city is not named, but the
Right.
Jerusalem is.
And I'm saying to you that is clear evidence that story was not written during that time period when that was actually used as a name for that city. They're so disconnected from that actual ancient time period that they think it means peace, when it clearly
But
was talking about the
the
Canaanite
problem
god
is
Shalim.
you're actually linking it like it had to have been a physical place and a physical story at a physical time and at a pinpoint point in time. But the thing is, you can write stories about somebody's past. Um, you can write a past tense narrative story and not and not be bound to current city names, right? Just like they didn't have to make Batman uh, live in Gotham. He could have lived in New York.
What do you? I don't understand what you mean.
Just like Bruce Wayne, Gotham is like equated with New York or whatever, right? So why didn't they just call it New York or
They were
something
just
like that? I don't know
they
if
were
that's a
just
good
being more
analogy, but
specific.
basically, why couldn't Abraham call it the city that God told him to write it as or whatever? And no matter what the thing is, the Canaanites have nothing to do with it. It's totally irrelevant because he's receiving revelation from Melchizedek anyway. So he was hanging out with Melchizedek and receiving revelation from God, writing down whatever God told him to write down, just like all scriptures, inspired like that. So Canaan had nothing to do with it. Is irrelevant. But the thing that fascinates me is you're always trying to root everything into some sort of physical, historical, unreliable, speculative root grounding, and that's why you have little belief, is because there is no floor on that ground. There's no cornerstone. There's no foundation for the house built on sand, because you're always trying to, pin it to some historical something that you can't fish around and you can't find. It's like trying to find treasure in the Caribbean because you know that the Spaniards shipwrecked in the Bermuda Triangle a long time ago. I mean, yeah, you might find something and pin it down once in a while, but like the vastness of searching, even with a metal detector or sonar, is like you've got a lot of there's way too much. You've got way too many gaps in your physical, evidential, historical speculation.
I definitely don't see it that way. And for one, I'm not just like laying out gaps. It's that what they're saying happened in the Bible directly contradicts everything else we know from other records and in archaeology. It just does not and cannot match what they said happened in the Bible, and that's a fact. Sometimes the Bible contradicts its own words.
Well, maybe there's a couple things like that, but generally overall, in terms of like the historical record, it's just as accurate as anything else that we have.
It's
And
not.
what we have is
It's
what we
not. It's
have.
not.
So
It's not.
like,
It's not. You can't say that. You cannot say that the Bible is historically reliable as everything else we have. It is in
I mean,
direct
but it is
contradiction.
the fact that you have the Assyrians writing about the
Yeah,
Israelis
you
and the
can't just pick
Egyptians
something. You
referencing
can't just pick
Israel
one
and
thing.
I mean, that's cross-referencing, and that's exactly how you produce evidence that holds up in court.
Yeah, but the Assyrian stuff like there's no question that the Assyrian invasion on Damascus and Israel did happen. The Israelites said it, the Assyrians said it, their records basically match. It happened. We know it happened. But the thing is that we don't have that for the patriarchal records. And not only do we not have people correlating this story, everybody's records contradict what's in the Bible, and so does archaeology. Not all of the Bible is true. Just because the Bible has some true things, just because the Assyrians actually conquered Damascus, doesn't mean that Abraham was a real person.
I just think that this is, pick. Uh, this is cherry picking, selective buffet denying ideology,
It's
and
addressing
where
it's
does it lead,
addressing
and like
when
what
the
does it
Bible
benefit
doesn't
you?
line up. The Bible simply, it's not cherry picking. It's you read through the Bible, and and you take what you know about ancient history, and you'll eventually as you're reading through the Bible, you'll eventually get to a point where you're saying, wait, hold on, like that doesn't match what these other people are saying. It's not that we're cherry picking anything. It's that you can't read the Bible without it contradicting what actually happened in history, because the people that wrote the Bible were writing hundreds of years later and had a really loose idea of what happened in the past.
I mean, you could say that, but it's basically you don't know that. It's speculation and it's a
It's
blanket
not.
generalization.
That's you can't say that. That's not speculation. It's a provable fact that they're
But
wrong.
what we have is what we have, and what you have is many different authors with the same narrative that's coherent and comprehensive, and it all is referencing or building to the whole Christ narrative, the whole life after death, reconciling with God after the fall and sin, and eternal life. So it's something that death is part of the human experience, and religion or whatever you want to call them, or whatever, Jesus Christ, it's part of that experience. And just to dismiss it all as like half fake, half real, half nothing, half schematics, half revised history, it's just unproductive, and it's just really cope and denial.
It's not. It's not denial. It's engaging with historical texts as exactly what they were. It's comparing them to what everybody else was doing in the area. See, what happens with Christians and even with Jews is that you get caught in what's called an echo chamber, where your study of ancient history is everything related to the Bible, so that you don't understand anything about the Assyrians or the Babylonians or the Greeks or the Egyptians on a deep level like you do with the Bible. Because if you understood all of these other cultures and how their mythology developed, it's very clear that the Israelites came much later and were taking these older elements of the other gods and applying them to Yahweh, specifically the storm gods. It's
Okay,
like
you're
it
using all
seems
this other
foreign to you.
using all this other make-believe revised history to debunk some more revised history and fairy
What do you
tales.
mean by revised history? What's being
Um,
revised? There's no revisions being made. This is clear that you can look this up yourself. The Mari text, the Ebla texts, the texts about the Hittites from the Hattian period, all of the Babylonian texts. There's a clear chain of this stuff developing, and you can watch it happen, and it's all dated.
all right, so if the narrative before, up until this point where I heard the whole Egyptians uh, were all the way up the way up into, say, Damascus, for reference. If it wasn't that way up until just now, is that not revised, or is that just correcting an error, or how do they label that now?
If what wasn't what way?
So if the Egyptian narrative that's going to be floating around now, talking about how they were as far north as Damascus during that time, and it wasn't uh, I don't know, the Canaanites or the whatever, but the way we learned it was that it was an Egyptian. Isn't that revised, or is that just updated, or what?
No, absolutely not. The Egyptian record is the older record.
Okay, so but how long has that been
Just
asserted in
just because
our?
we discovered it later doesn't mean that it's revised. It means that we have an older record now. It's older than the biblical record. We revised our understanding by
Right,
discovering more information.
but some revisions are accurate and some are just bunk.
Right, but this one's not bunk. There's no reason to think it's bunk though. We have an actual
Okay, so
historical record
if
from
there
that
was a
dynasty.
revised, if that's the revision, okay, if that's the second major Egyptian revision that you're pushing, because the one is the 200 years of when they exited or didn't exit, or when they were counted as labor or when they weren't, or when Israel said that they started, which is a 1400, but whatever. Plus this, which is the Egyptians were all the way north up into Damascus, versus there was a, I don't know, is Israeli settlement. Then you know um, history's going to keep revising until it's worthless and nobody knows anything. And meanwhile, what we have is what we have.
Think about what you're saying though. You're saying that we're going to discover things in the future that prove the Bible wrong, and that upsets you.
I'm not saying it proves it wrong. I'm saying it just forms a
Well, that
narrative
does.
that will probably be the opposite of what is in the book for whatever reason.
I mean, that Egyptian text, the Merneptah Stele, when it talks about the fact that they list Israel as a small people group, directly contradicts what's in the Bible.
Do you believe that the Chinese people built Egypt?
No.
Do you believe that the Arabs didn't speak Arabic when Muhammad was in Arabia?
No, they did.
Have you ever heard the narrative that the Chinese built the pyramids and lived in Egypt?
No.
Have you ever heard the narrative that the Arabs didn't speak Arabic in the Arabian Peninsula, especially during the time of Muhammad?
Oh man, I haven't heard those, but those are so easy to prove false, both of those things.
Yeah. So, but these are things that were floated around about 2 or 3 years ago that the communists or whoever, I don't know who, but they were pushing. And of course, it didn't go very far because it's totally absurd, right? I mean, they're saying that the Egyptians were Chinese and not Egyptian, and they were the ones who built it before they went and left back to China.
Yeah, that's the beauty of science, though, is that they don't buy into just bullshit stories like that. Like, we need evidence or fuck you.
Right. So we've got 2 new major Egyptian revisions at this point, right? So
Yeah, there will be many more.
I guess.
I mean, think about how big Egypt is. We've probably
at a certain point, when do those revisions get revised? And where's the evidence for that? Or is the old evidence good, or is the old evidence bad? It's a hamster wheel that
it's not that the
when
old
you're
evidence is
competing
bad.
against God for souls or for understanding or ideology or get them on board or to politically influence, it's not going to matter because God reveals himself also in spirit, and people who haven't had that experience yet don't understand that. But the fact is, you can convince anyone of any of this stuff and get them to agree with you on every single point. But the fact that they've had that experience with God means that they'll never be able to buy in completely on that ideology. And that's what you're experiencing, right? That's what you're experiencing right now as you try to deconvert people.
That you're insane for thinking that, because I have had those experiences with God when I was a Christian. I was brought to tears during my prayers. I felt like God was literally there with me. I was in 100% belief that God was real, and I, at that time, thought that God was in the room with me, like in the essence, you know what I mean? Like he was there. I felt his presence, and it brought me to tears. But
all right, but why did it bring you to tears? Like,
just like the shock of something that because I was a Christian for 26 years, all the way from birth all the way up until age 26, and so
do you think that you were baptized in the Holy Spirit by Jesus Christ?
well, hold on. I mean, I was baptized. I don't think that the Holy Spirit is real, because I think that Yahweh is just a repetition of the storm god.
All right. So what you had when you thought that God was in the room with you and you were in tears is you had the whole, what I call churchianity, cultural, social experience, and not a spiritual experience.
Well, you can try to label me out of reality. You can try to like push me out of it being a real experience all you want, but it was real to me. To me, my whole life revolved around God. And I don't think you quite realize how involved I was in my church life either. It wasn't like I was just some run-of-the-mill Christian. I went to church twice a week for almost 18 years. I went to communion. I went to church service every Wednesday and Sunday. I went to vacation Bible school. I did missionary work. I was an extremely productive and involved Christian, and I was very devout. My my conviction was very strong. I prayed typically 3 times a day, at least over every meal. And yeah, sometimes when I prayed, it was a really emotional moment for me. But to say that it was never a spiritual experience, or that it wasn't real, or that it was a cultural thing, it's just horseshit. I was completely balls deep in Christianity. It meant everything to me.
That's pretty cool. So John the Baptist says, "I'm the one who comes after me will baptize you in basically in fire or whatever," which is the Holy Spirit baptism is administered by Jesus Christ, and it describes it as kind of like warm olive oil being poured over you.
Hmm.
And I've had that experience, and that's the only thing that would prevent me from buying into all of the logical arguments that you presented, or tacos, or because the flesh cannot see, cannot taste, cannot hold, cannot whatever any portion of like the spiritual God that born again Christians assert, right? So I just want you to take a look and observe, like when you are in the deconversion process of people, the ones that will agree with everything you say, but just will not deconvert, are the ones who've had that experience, and that's the only difference, right?
Yeah.
So I just want like you're winning, like in the flesh or whatever, and the reasoning and the logic and the history and the uh, narrative and the ideology and the copying or the appropriation or all that stuff. It's like it's very convincing. But anyone who's actually been touched by the love of God, you could cry during a prayer because you're overwhelmed with, I don't know, but the love that comes from God is very distinct, that nothing else could produce it. Satan can't do it. Nothing can do it. Only he can do it, and so it's undeniable, and it's undeniable, and it's indistinguishable. But I mean, it is distinguishable. So what I'm
Yeah.
wondering is, you had those experiences and you were cheeried or whatever. Did you feel the love of God?
Yeah, I mean, I never felt oil pouring over my body, but I would say that that moment when and again, I don't believe that God is real. I was just experiencing awe, in my opinion now. But during that time, I believed that God was there with me, standing there with me. It felt like, you know what I mean? In my mind, I believed it so hard that it felt real to me. But I've had similar experiences with that sort of thinking with things unrelated to religion that have slowly made me realize that awe can be inspired by all kinds of things that don't have to be real.
Understood.
I can have awe inspired by sports or by, Harry Potter or
Or a
music.
tub of acid.
Yeah, or drugs, anything. Just things can inspire those sorts of feelings. Like it doesn't require, like you can, like as far as like oil pouring over you, that reminds me of like my ex-girlfriend. She used to practice this complete bullshit healing, holistic, weird shit, like energy stuff called Reiki, where she would like put her hands over your body and pretend she was pushing, I don't know, electricity into you or something. I don't know what she thought, or heat or something.
Oh,
But
is she a
sometimes,
healer or something?
well, she liked to think she was, but it was all in her head.
Yeah.
But,
Well, maybe.
and she was an atheist, by the way. She didn't believe in any gods. But
Interesting.
she she would
People are strange.
she would put her hands over me and try to heal me while I was meditating. And
Mm.
sometimes through imagining, like, because she would tell me, like, there's a warm sensation washing over you, over your chest. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a guided meditation thing, the Reiki thing. And so I would be under this guided, sort of almost semi-hypnosis meditation. And I would imagine so hard, and I would be so focused, and my blood pressure would be so low, and my heart rate would be so slow, and I would be so focused and relaxed that I could actually imagine these feelings into existence. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
and through that Reiki, I realized, like, oh wow, I can imagine actual heat washing over my chest to the point where I feel it. And then so I practiced meditation in other ways by myself and realized that I could make myself feel like I was floating, like feel like I was floating, even though I'm literally laying there on my bed. And through those things, I started to realize that you can feel things from your mind. You don't need to actually physically interact with the world to feel things with your mind.
Um, there's something else that is a little upsetting for me, and that is, depending on the Christian, all you have to do is just ask them one question, and that is if you're saved or not. And most Christians, they just don't know. And that is something that is like, that's the whole point of the religion. That's the whole point of the, the Jesus thing. That's the whole point that you are thankful for it. It's like, so if you don't know that you're saved,
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, automatically for everybody.
No, a lot of them will say no now. That's that's what I'm saying. Probably 50% or actually most Christians don't even know if they're saved right now, if you ask them. So try that. Like, ask them if they're Christian and say, are you saved? And if they say no, then there's a problem.
I mean, I can see where the conflict comes in, I guess, because the Bible contradicts itself there. On one hand, it says that your sins are forgiven automatically upon repentance and faith. And then on the other hand, it says that,
remember Lot's wife.
Yeah, and also like the wicked being killed on Judgment Day and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. That's kind of a tightrope line that you have to walk when you are, committed to Jesus Christ. That the only thing that helps you navigate that is the Holy Spirit. So, but the thing is, these Christians probably don't have the Holy Spirit. They're just Christian in name only, or cultural Christians, or were raised in the social place called church and whatnot. Maybe they do love Jesus with all their heart and everything, but they still haven't been baptized in the Holy Spirit. I'm not saying that they're not going to be saved. I think they're more saved than they think they're saved, but they still don't have that assurance that comes with a true Spirit-filled, born-again Christian. So when you ask them if they're saved, a lot of them are going to say, I don't know, or I'm working towards it, or, work out your salvation. Yeah. So, but another thing is, there are conflicting different kind of contradiction verses about that. But the thing is, if you go into John 14 and it talks about, my peace I leave with you, it's not peace that comes from the world or whatever. Like, he doesn't want Christians to be all up and down in their, walk with him. Like, I'm scared, I'm paranoid, I'm doing this thing. There's a little bit too much sin conscious for a lot of Christians. And so they don't know if they're actually saved. And I'm saying the peace of the Lord is not want you to be like schizophrenic Christian. Anyway.
Think about this from a perspective of you read the Bible, right? You grow up in a society where you've never heard any stories about the Bible. You don't know anything about God. And someone hands you, well, maybe you know about God or something, fine, but you don't know anything about the Bible. You just know that maybe there's a God that created the universe or something. And someone hands you a Bible. Sorry, that was my cat. And you read it from the beginning, and you go all the way through Genesis, and you hear the patriarch stories and everything, and then you get up to the prophets, and they're warning about Judgment Day, and all the exile happens and the rescue, and but constantly all through they're all talking about this messianic figure that's going to come, and he's going to destroy all the wicked and bring peace to all the nations, and everyone's going to live by Torah law, and when the Messiah comes, all this bullshit's over. Like, that's the messianic age. There'll be 7 years, and then 1,000 years of peace, and all this crap that the prophecies say about the Messiah. They all paint this clear picture of this warrior that's going to come and just absolutely fucking lay waste to everybody that's a sinner, and leave everyone left to be a Torah observant Jew. Everyone in the world will come to Jerusalem and worship in the temple, right? And then you get to the New Testament, and there's this guy, and he's walking around with all of his followers. He's performing the miracles that Elijah performed, or Elijah. He's he's saying he's the Son of Man, and you're like, oh my God, this guy's about to fucking destroy everybody in the world. This guy's about to bring peace to the entire world. Everyone's going to be a Jew. Like, all the Gentiles are getting wiped out. All the Baal worship and all the Greeks, they're fucked. Like, the Messiah finally came. He never becomes king. He never fulfills any prophecies that the Messiah was supposed to fulfill. And he dies and never comes back for 2,000 years. That's how the Jews see Jesus.
I'm following. I'm just looking up a scripture right now. So, yeah, it would be hard for me because, before I believed, I was one of these, like, God is somewhere out there, but I don't think he cares about us kind of, unbeliever. So, like, I had no idea what it could have been, what it was, or whatever, because at this time I was even ignorant about the Bible. Like, I never owned a Bible, totally secular or whatever. So I'm a science guy. Like, I love Star Trek. I love, like, science class, whatever. I was a honors anatomy and physiology student, but something happened, and I realized just how ignorant I was of the Bible at the time, and so I started just learning or whatever. I don't know why I'm saying this because I was going in a different direction, but what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the story's whack. Like, I wouldn't believe it because I would want evidence. Like, I would want an equation. I would want some sort of rationalization or justification for thinking that reality is that way, because obviously the flesh is very pressing, and so we can't see outside of, like, biological life.
Yeah.
Plus,
I think
I don't
that,
know how ancient culture civilizations, like, I don't know if they had, like, major depression or schizophrenia or whatever, like, these mental deals are that we're dealing with now.
absolutely,
But
absolutely.
you know if they needed a method or some sort of way of dealing with mental stress, uh, it probably would seem more likely that a meditation or an exercise, uh, kind of ritual or whatever kind of, like, tradition would be a better. That'd be something I'd gravitate towards more than just outright believing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I still meditate. My grandmother, she was into astral projection and all kinds of goofy shit like that. But she got me into meditating when I was 15. So I've been meditating for 20 years. I still do it all the time. It's really good for you. And I think
Yeah.
it's a good way to, keep your mind at peace. And I don't know what your journey is going to be. I suggest that you just research the storm god, research the evolution of the storm god. Everything's going to make sense once you understand the spread of the idea of a storm god throughout the ancient Near East. The whole Bible will make sense, the concept of Yahweh and all of everything that comes from Yahweh, the Messiah, Jesus, the Quran, the Kabbalah, all of this stuff it directly comes from this storm god idea. And I think the more that you study that, the more that everything is going to make sense.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I didn't even own a Bible until I met Jesus in the spirit realm. So, did I ever tell you that I've actually witnessed the God of Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, there's nothing there's no, history, there's no facts, there's no nothing that could ever be more real in my experience in life than that vision that I got from God. So, you know, That's why you might be right on like half of these things that you've brought forth or whatever, and you know, you've definitely like shut down all but I think one of my, you know, little ridiculous, you know, reasonings for trying to believe. But the fact that I've actually seen him, there's no way that there's anything that you could show me in this earthly realm besides him again that could ever change my mind. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know
But I mean,
exactly how to explain that.
it's not like I don't love this stuff. Like, it's not like I don't love God or biblical research, studying, whatever. Like, you know, I love to look at all the different, and speculate. And, you know, because we're talking about, ultimately, we're talking about Jesus Christ, glorifying him. And that like is great, you know, but for me, it's, you know, unless I had a brain transplant or literally or something like that, like there's no way I could ever not believe in Jesus Christ at this point.
Yeah,
And the
I
thing
think if I saw
is,
God, I would believe too.
yeah, you definitely would. Um, Dang, I forgot what I was gonna say. Uh, oh well. Um, you know, I'm also like, you know, these we have all these labels for all these different like forms of, you know, Calvinism or whatever this or whatever. I do believe in like once saved, always saved. I think that if you had enough faith at any one point in given time in your life, then that could be used to intercede with at judgment as saying, you know, at a certain point in time, they had enough faith in God and Jesus that he would have to save them.
Yeah, unless you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, then you're doomed.
Definitely. And
That
another
one's
thing is like,
unforgivable.
that one's unforgivable. There's you know, most people think it's all about like morality and like how you act and being a good person and being like, you know, not hurting others. And it is about that. Don't get me wrong, but the test isn't about the morality of your flesh. The test is the acceptance of his authority in heaven. In other words, if we were to be given free reign in heaven as like mankind, humans that just, you know, we're all back and we're all good, we would actually destroy that place just as bad as we do here. So without some sort of like check or boss or whatever, we would destroy heaven. So like having one boss for eternity is actually not a bad, you know, it's not a bad gig.
Yeah, you're right, but you left out one important detail about the faith and works relation. It's your faith and in his authority in heaven that is supposed to bring about your good works, which are treating people with kindness and loving God with all of your heart. That faith in his authority, you know, and faith in him as the Savior is supposed to bring about those good works. So that's your sort of map key to knowing whether or not you're living the life of a true Christian, whether your faith is in the right place, is whether or not your good deeds are showing. So people like Smokey Saint, for example, tearing people down every day and, you know, living his entire life to have moments of, oh, I made you look stupid and look at me insult this guy and call him names. He's not showing the signs, and his faith is in the wrong place according to the Bible.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, I'm probably guilty of that too, but there's a big difference. You can ask me if I'm saved, and you can ask Smokey if he's saved, and I'm pretty sure I'll say that, yeah, I'm saved. Smokey, you know, maybe it depends on the day. I know he's had a rough patch here lately or whatever, but at the same time, some of these people, the only way that they're ever going to even consider Jesus as a means for anything is being totally crushed, meaning their worldview is completely, you know, shot. Their ideology is wasted, and their ego is to the point where it's almost like the prodigal son, where he's in the pig slop and feeding the corn, the husks to the pigs or whatever, and it says he came to himself, and basically that means the flesh has played itself out completely to the point where you're not willing to say, I can do this. That's when someone's ready for Jesus Christ, and it sucks. But trolling is definitely a part of that. So yeah, we're supposed to loving kindness, and believe me, like in real life, like people I interact with or whatever, yeah, you know, it's a different experience or whatever. But when we're talking about internet epistemology, ideology war or whatever, it's you know, Jesus upgraded his marketing scheme, so we're fully engaged.
Yeah. That's the joy of the Bible, is that it's a completely open to interpretation. It can be whatever you want it to be. And it consistently has been for many different cultures throughout history. It's adapted repeatedly. But one thing I wanted to say is that when I started to discover all these things, it was actually my pastor at my church that got me into researching about these other ancient cultures. He was quite a free thinker himself. He's still a pastor at my church, by the way. I went and visited him just probably 6 months ago for the first time in almost 20 years. But yeah, he was the one that kind of put me onto the idea of studying other ancient cultures that were listed in the Bible and just around the area of the Bible. And it was during that time period that I immediately started to question, the reality of God, and pretty much just God. Once you start studying the other ancient cultures, and you realize what the Jews were doing is nothing new. It's something everybody was doing in various different ways, depending on what their culture was. It just kind of hits you like a ton of bricks. Of course, I mean, you say you've seen God in person, that's completely different. Like if I had an experience where I saw God, my faith would still be intact. There would be no question, you know what I mean? But I never had an experience like that. And what I was getting at was that once I started to dive into ancient history and realize that I didn't believe in God anymore, or I guess was more in like a doubting stage and a wondering stage. As you could probably guess, I resorted to relentless prayer, begging God for some kind of sign or some sort of answers to make all this stuff make sense. And, all the evidence is making this look like it was all just mythology. And like, I don't understand, like it was very confusing time for me. And it went on for several years, more than 5 years, probably. I dealt with this. And that, I never got any kind of sign. And it was to the point where I was on a paranoid level looking for signs in all the little tiny places and being weird and like symbolic about things to try to see. But nothing ever happened. There was no sign. Nothing ever became clear to me. There was nothing that ever made me think like, oh, God is there, or like I'm watching over you, or like this is what it actually meant, or like, some little hint to be dropped by. It was just like 6 solid years of absolute silence and me realizing that I was talking to myself. And I just wonder, like why would a God, if I mean, obviously I don't believe that God is real, but if a God was real, like why would he just allow me to sit there for 6 years begging for a sign and never give me anything after spending my entire life being completely devoted and like, going to church and doing missionary work and vacation Bible school and, reciting the Bible and trying to live my life like what I thought was a true Christian. And, why wouldn't he respond to my prayers? We hear God responding to dozens and dozens of different people that were in way, way more frivolous and, less significant situations than what I was going through. And he was responding to them. It just seems so, and this is an omnipotent God. He could respond to every person on the planet if he wanted to. So it's like, what's the
Yeah.
I mean, that's just such a clear sign that God isn't real.
Man, that's tough. That's probably the toughest question to answer. I do have something for it, but before I give that, how about remember you said that the Jews were expecting, their, thunder god warrior Messiah to come and bring this and this and that, and establish their kingdom on the earth and blah 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 blah. The whole Jewish, Messiah narrative, whatever. And that's what they expect. But when Jesus when he started his ministry at the very first, he was called on to read scripture in his little synagogue, temple, whatever place, and what he read was Isaiah 61.
Yeah.
And so Jesus told us what his messianic testimony was going to be. It wasn't going to be, ushering in the warrior Messiah that doesn't die or whatever, and the whole Jewish narrative Messiah thing. Which actually that time is actually kind of coming up pretty soon, like relatively pretty soon, like on the Jewish calendar. I don't know if you know Axis Rat Blood, but he knows. I think he knows like nearly the exact date that's supposed to happen. It's pretty close. But anyway, shoot, what was I saying?
I don't know, but I do know that the day of judgment is not known. No one knows when the day of judgment is.
On down 7 tablet.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah. Luke 14:18. He reads from the scripture, which is Isaiah 61. So he lays out what his mission is. Like the Jews can't define it. Okay, like they got it wrong. Jesus told us by reading this, like what he was going to be doing, and it wasn't like riding horses. It wasn't like throwing swords around. It wasn't like kicking the shit out of the Romans. It wasn't any of that. It was, he's the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he anointed me, preach the gospel to the poor, brokenhearted, release the captives, blah, 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 blah. So when the Jews assert certain things about Jesus, well, yeah, I mean, that, you can misinterpret, misinform, or disinformation all you want, but Jesus said what he was going to do. And so
it doesn't matter what Jesus said. It matters what the prophets before Jesus said, and whether or not Jesus lives up to what they said he was going to do. So like when they said that he was going to be a king in Israel and sit on the throne of David, that is a literal action. You are anointed king by a priest. It has to be by a priest. It has to be done with anointed oil, and it has to be done by a prophet who is speaking the word of God. And God is literally saying, I allow this person to be king. It's an actual process that's done. Jesus was never king. He never came and did all of the things like that the Messiah was supposed to do. It's not an interpretation to say that the Messiah was going to come and kill everyone that was disobeying God. That's exactly what Isaiah said.
Okay, but why couldn't that be the a future coming back?
Because why would none of the prophets say that he's coming twice? And also, why would we believe Jesus if he never fulfilled any of the prophecies? He just came and performed some miracles like Elijah and then died, and we're supposed to believe that he was the Messiah?
Well, I mean, I think he did fulfill a bunch of prophecies.
No, he fulfilled. See, what happened is that Christians, after the time of Jesus, took a bunch of features things that Jesus did, and they found things that were similar to the life of Jesus in the Old Testament, and said that those were prophecies when they're not even in the prophecy genre. A prophecy is a genre of writing that existed in the ancient Near East way before the Bible. It was in ancient Sumeria. A prophecy was a very specific genre where you speak in a very specific way and you make predictions about the near future.
basically your hamster wheeling post hoc irrationalization. Because he did fulfill. I mean, he fulfilled everything. That as a Christian, of course. But let me ask you this: if you were God and Messiah, and you gave Ezekiel the description of the Jewish people, which was a stiff-necked people that won't listen or whatever, and you just happen to be on the earth and you are the Messiah, are you going to establish the kingdom of God forever by these stiff-necked people, or are you going to kill death forever for everyone?
Well, I mean, why would it matter that he's giving it not to the stiff-necked people? He's giving it to Gentiles that were literally, fucking children and raping animals and worshiping other gods. That's even worse.
Okay, or you could fulfill the law and destroy death forever.
What does fulfill the law mean to you?
What is okay? It means that you don't have to do all the special, hand waving or cutting of like turtle doves when you have to do animal sacrifices and do all those mundane tasks and wear the right, clothes and be like, quote unquote, clean or not, making sure you're not unclean. All the kind of physical, all the kind of like Jewish traditional, Autobot, mechanical, mundane, boring, laborsome way of worshiping and loving God and not being cursed, that it would be a real nightmare to be under that kind of law.
Let me put it this way. When you have terms of a contract, right? Or just an obligation. You have an obligation and you fulfill the obligation. What does that mean?
It's done. You tender whatever the agreement was, and it's
You do
go
what it
your own way.
says. You do what the agreement says. You fulfill your obligations. You do what it says. So when Jesus says that he came to fulfill the word of the prophets and the word of the law, he was coming to do what they say. Fulfill means to do what it says, to do what the law says, to do what the prophecies said, not to make them go away. He said that not one letter would fall from the law until the heaven and earth fall away. So the heaven and earth are still here today. So the law is still in effect. Jesus wanted Torah observance, and he repeatedly said that. He didn't make the laws go away. He just forgave you for your sins. The laws are still in effect.
That's true. The laws are still in effect in terms of the curse and the blessing. And like if you sin or whatever, you are bringing curse upon you and not blessing or whatever. Like if you're a thief or whatever, you're not going to be glorified by God in any way if you're stealing stuff all the time. So in terms of like that law, that's built into the construct. Like that is part of the construct that doesn't go away. But what it does do when he fulfilled the law for Christians is, a lot of it is part of it, or a lot of it is like that whole animal sacrifice, atoning for sin, whatever. Like he took care of that on the cross. So like that's a fulfillment of all those
he didn't
different
take care of that on the
animals
cross.
that you had to herd around, and all those different like sin offerings that you had to present, and all that stuff is like it's not an obligation for your flesh to be justified now.
Yeah, but that's not the reason that sacrifices stopped. The reason that sacrifices stopped is because the temple was destroyed, and because the temple is destroyed and you're only allowed to offer sacrifices in the temple, the sacrifices ended. Sacrifices
Well, that's
continued.
true for the Jews, yes.
Well, Jesus was a Jew. That's what you keep forgetting. Jesus is not a Christian. Jesus was a Jew. His followers were Jews. Jesus was pushing Judaism, and he wanted the most observant and most strict form of Judaism, and he repeatedly and explicitly said it.
Well, he doesn't expect you to follow the laws like the Jews want to follow the law. The
Well, no,
law,
see, the
the
problem
law
is
of
that the
Jesus
Pharisees
is
were
love thy
adding
God
on
with
to
all
the
thy
law.
heart and to love thy neighbor. That's really the law
No,
for Jesus.
that was the intention of what the laws were. That was the whole
Right.
point of what the laws were to bring about. But that doesn't mean that the laws go away. You can just love everyone and suddenly you don't have to follow the laws. The laws are still intact, and Jesus said they were.
Yeah, they are intact. If you murder people, you're going to be under the curse. That's for sure. But if you're
Not the Ten
operating,
Commandments. I'm not talking about the 10 Commandments. There were 613 laws.
yeah, he fulfilled all, everything except for what he said, and that's, love your the
Fulfilled.
Lord thy God
Fulfilled,
with all your
meaning
heart, and
he did what it
their
said.
neighbor.
Fulfilled. Not made it go away. He did what it said. That's what
Right,
fulfilled means. He did
right.
what the
So
law
if it's
said. He
fulfilled, it's
came to do
done.
what the
It's like
law said.
you don't have to do it anymore because it's like it's a done deal. In other
No,
words, he's our works of the law for God. Like
he didn't say he fulfilled the covenant. He said he fulfilled the law. He came to fulfill the law, means he came to do what the law said. He came to be
yeah, he
a
did,
law-abiding citizen. He came to
and
be
he
a
did.
Torah-observant Jew.
You finished it.
He never says that. That is what you're adding on to the text.
Thing. It's a one-time event.
He didn't say that the laws would ever end. That's the part that you're adding on to the text. He said that they would
It
last
is
until
built
the
into the
heaven and
contract,
earth. Have the
right?
heaven and earth fallen away? Let me ask you that. Have the heaven and earth fallen away, or are they still here?
They're still here, as far as I can
Then,
tell.
yeah, and Jesus said that not one letter will fall from the law until the heaven and the earth fall away. Every single law is in effect until forever.
I wouldn't say every single law is in effect, but it's built into the construct. So like you are going to be cursed if you do sin, but also it's more of a heart thing. It's not you don't have to please God by cutting up the turtle doves in a certain way and laying them down and cutting out the kidney, blah 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 blah, and all
If the
that.
temple comes back,
You
if the
can
temple
please God
comes back, you
now
do.
just by spiritually, doing those two laws.
That's factually not true. If the temple is restored tomorrow, you are religiously obligated to go to Jerusalem and sacrifice, and I'm not joking. And that's Jesus
I mean, I
saying
don't
that.
know. I mean, the thing is, the yoke of the law has been fulfilled, so there's no reason to do that anymore, unless you are a practicing Jew or you
That
just
is
want to
not
do
what
it.
Jesus said. You are ignoring Jesus's words to believe that.
But you are too, because in Luke, I have
Oh,
to
I'm
look it
sorry.
up.
In Luke,
Yeah, in Luke, something that says, behold, all things are clean unto you, and it's talking about like they didn't wash their hands or whatever. So, like all food is clean or whatever. Like, that's what fulfillment means. Like he's fulfilled it for God. The law is what would make flesh perfect before God and reconcile it to God. And Jesus did that. So like it's a one-time thing. You don't have to keep continually doing all the law in order to please God or to atone for your sin. You repent, you pray to God in spirit and truth, and that's the way that you maintain your faith, and that's the way that you are in communion with him, also like to please him.
that and that I don't understand why it doesn't bother you that Luke, someone who never even met Jesus, is directly contradicting what Jesus said. Same with Paul.
I don't know if
Paul,
he
I mean,
didn't
Paul,
meet
Paul
Jesus.
directly contradicts Jesus too, a bunch of times, and Paul never met Jesus either. Paul is, if you think about Paul, Paul is a Jew. Paul is a devout Jew that gained popularity and rose in the ranks in Judaism by killing Christians and going and burning down churches and shit. And he also had Roman citizenship, so he's a Jew from Tarsus with Roman citizenship. Romans, by the way, are the ones that are decimating the Jews during that time. So he's working with the Romans, and he's a Jew that has been killing Christians And we're supposed to believe him that he has a vision that directly contradicts what Jesus said when he was on earth, as if Jesus was like, oh yeah, by the way, I forgot. Let me tell this guy that's been slaughtering Christians a message for you. Think about that. That's what's being sold to you about Paul. And that's why Paul, everybody worships the teachings of Paul and completely forgets the actual quotes of Jesus that directly contradict the bullshit that comes out of Luke and Paul and John's mouth.
So it says here in Luke 11:41, but rather give alms of such things that ye have, and behold, all things are clean unto you. It's talking about diet. So he's freed us from that law of not eating pork and all the kosher things and all the kosher laws and all the other stuff. So like he said, behold, all things are clean, and it's like we're good to go.
Yeah.
Like he took care of it. So like that's the fulfillment of the law that makes the flesh reconciled back to God in a pleasing way, because of course we can't do it, only Jesus could.
Yeah, we just covered this though. That's according to Luke, a guy that never met Jesus, and his words are directly contradicting what Jesus said.
That's what Jesus said. Those are like red, those would be considered red letters. So like that
How
is a
are they?
direct quote from Jesus.
How
I don't
does
know if he
how is
witnessed
Luke
it or not, but like he either heard it from somebody or he saw it. And
right?
you know, if
So
he's
some guy
fulfilled the
comes in
law, we don't
some
have
guy
to.
comes in
The
who's a
thing is,
friend of
who the Son sets free is free indeed, and whoever decides to get back under the yoke of the law is on them. They don't have to do it if they want to. Maybe they'll honor God that way. That's fine, but like some of us are free now. Like we don't have to do that obligation, and we don't have to have that burden of God on our head. Just like He doesn't want us being paranoid about our salvation. He doesn't want the burden of Him on your shoulders, because how else are you going to live your life, especially in this day and age? You'd have to like draw strings around buildings and stuff to try and trick God. It'd be weird. You know what I mean?
you can't trick God.
No.
What? I just don't understand. I guess so. Why is Luke more valuable than Jesus to you? Like if Luke is saying Luke is a guy, just think about what Luke is. Luke is a guy that never met Jesus, is a physician, and just he's a friend of Paul's, by the way. He's closely associated with Paul and glorifies Paul. And he comes in quoting Jesus, even though he never met Jesus in person. And his quotes are contradicting the quotes from Jesus from the earlier Gospels of Matthew and Mark, and which were people that were actually at least Matthew for sure was a direct apostle of Jesus. He was Levi, and so Luke is directly contradicting people that were actually in Jesus's circle, what they were saying, what they're quoting about Jesus when Jesus is saying that the laws, are going to be eternal and last until the heaven and the earth, and he came to uphold the laws, and he came to, fulfill the prophecies, and it just doesn't match. It's completely contradictory to what Jesus was teaching. It's so painfully clear that Jesus, when we have actual quotes about Jesus from people that were around Jesus, he's talking about the end coming near, and he's saying that you need to obey the law forever until the end of the earth, until the heaven and earth fall away, which means until Judgment Day. He's referring to Judgment Day when he says that. So until Judgment Day comes around, you need to follow the law, and you won't need to be worrying about following the law after Judgment Day, because all people that are not law followers are going to be slaughtered. So everyone left remaining will be a Torah observant Jew. So that's why he's saying until the heaven and the earth fall away, the laws will remain. And after that, it won't matter, because everyone left will be a law follower. And so the fact that Judgment Day hasn't come means that the laws are still in effect, other than the sacrificial laws, because they are only allowed to be done in the temple. And then there's some other laws that only apply to people living in the nation of Israel. So if you're not living in the nation of Israel, those laws don't apply to you. And all of the sacrificial laws don't apply because the temple's not built right now. But all of the other laws, like about wearing mixed fabrics and the dietary laws, are still in effect, and they will be in effect until Judgment Day. And Jesus said that 100% clear. There's no doubt Just because Luke and Paul come in later trying to take over the religion and say something completely opposite to what Jesus actually said, according to people that were actually around him, it doesn't matter. That's when you need to stand up to those people and say, you're not taking over my God or Jesus. I mean, if you really have that kind of respect for Jesus, then you should be able to see through what Paul is doing. You should be able to see through what Luke is doing. You should be able to see through what John is doing, and Hebrews and Tobit and the fake letters of Paul, all of what Paul is doing. I mean, these things are so clear, but everyone wants every word of the book to be true, that they don't even care what Jesus said. They don't care if people directly contradict Jesus or change the religion into something that Jesus didn't want it to be. You just want every word of the Bible to be true. Not you, but
Yeah, I hear
Christians.
you. All right. We're a little bit looping a little bit, because
True
the only
that.
answer I would have for like all of that, nitpicking, cherry picking, gish galloping, different things that are like, you look at verses to deconstruct them, and I look at them as true. I'm going to give you a piece of something that helped my faith build up to the point where it was almost like the Matrix, where Morpheus takes Neo to the door, but he still had to walk through it. Like, hopefully, I can get you to the door, and you just have to walk through it. Okay, and the evidence for God is not a one-time thing until you do see Him. It's a very cumulative, step-by-step kind of also a will. You have to kind of will it a little bit too. I'm sure you've known and you've heard all these things or whatever before and everything, but I'm just repeating it again. But in shoot, I got to bring it back up. In Proverbs, there's some truth in there, and what I would do is I would test these motherfucking verses. All right, so when it says a fool uttereth his mind or whatever, here it is, Proverbs 29:11. So when you go to work tomorrow or whatever, and you're looking for evidence or signs from God, what you're going to do is you're going to test this one verse and test if God is true or not, if his word is true or not. And you're going to interact with people, and you're going to keep this in the front of your or back of your mind. Fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keep it till afterwards. I'm posting it now. And you're going to find out if God is true or not. So when you interact with someone that you know is a fool, but they're wise and they don't like speak anything, then you know that God's word is not true. And so have another you have another something to put in the pile of evidence against God. Does that make sense?
It does. I get what it's saying. All of this.
I mean, you have to test the word. If you haven't had that spiritual experience yet, you have to test his word. And you have been testing his word, but you've been trying to tie it into the physical realm too hard, and it can never be tied to the physical realm because of the fall, actually.
That's
So
not true.
what you have to do is just like take these proverbs, and there's a bunch of them that I used to do, and I would just literally test them all day and be like, okay, if this is true, then this is what I'm going to see. And a few of these, and maybe you'll turn the corner. I don't know, but I just wanted to offer that to you. So I need to wrap up, though. I think crashing out. Need to get some food, get a shower.
Yeah. What I would say in response to that really quick is just that someone having some accurate wisdom in the Proverbs or in Ecclesiastes or the wisdom literature doesn't prove God, though. That just proves that there were wise people that understood the nature of humans a couple thousand years ago. And we know that people were wise and understood the nature of humans 2,000 years ago. And for me, nothing is going to make me believe anything in the Bible until I get over this storm god hump. It all hinges on that. Nothing can make anything in the Bible real for me when I know that Yahweh evolved from a storm god mythology. I would need to see God at this point to believe it.
Do any of those storm god mythology theorists have any books like Proverbs?
They're not Bibles. So like when we think of the Bible, a Bible is a big collection of Jewish literature. It's, a bunch of books written by dozens of different people. And these storm god mythologies will just be like a story about a hero traveling in a storm, saving him with a storm cloud and some lightning bolts or something. It's much more older than the Bible, so it's way more primitive.
So like there's not like details like we have in Exodus where they're roaming around for 40 years, but it's like so detailed. It tells you like how they would walk around and like, talk about the manna and the, uh, not to work on the Sabbath and all, or is it pretty much just like, a short narrative, a scroll of Melchizedek kind of like, piece of Maccabean, nothing.
Yeah, they're still cool stories, but they're not as detailed as what you see in the Bible. Like you were saying, how detailed they are in the Exodus narrative with every little thing they were doing and every little thing they were wearing and how long everything was and how many years everything was and day and night time and then the next day. Like it's not like that. They're fairy tales. They're
Do you
mythologies.
think that's a
Like,
sign?
no, that's a clear sign that that God isn't real, because he's drawing from the stories that God is built upon are drawing from these stories that are painfully obviously fairy tales.
So like when people over explain, they're usually lying, right? That's kind of the general rule of policing.
Well, not only that, but mythologies as they spread from culture to culture grow in complexity. That's a repeated trend that we see as mythologies transfer across areas, they grow in complexity, and that's exactly what the Bible did.
And I know they all have like their own like Messiah figure, and their Messiah figure also gets resurrected, and even some of them might die on a cross or whatever. And none of them apparently were supposed to like take over the kingdoms like the Jewish Messiah was. And so like I guess that they all had either one of those three different Jesuses, and where the hell is he, or where the hell are they? Like, how come theirs didn't show up, or whatever, this or that, or where we do know Jesus was actually here. He walked around. He was on the cross. Cities burned because of him. And those people weren't quite. Those people were probably. I bet you there were some people that were at Calvary that were also in Rome when it burned. So they weren't removed from the event. Like they were there, and this is a time where like history was actually, made official and cross-referenced, and like in Rome, and like we knew the governors and their names and their positions, and like it gets the rubber starts meeting the road there at a certain point, right? So it's like, where is the rubber and the road with any of these other nobodies that don't have much of a book?
I think that the sorry, 1 second. The water's running. I think that you're confusing messiahs with dying and rising gods. The concept of Messiah, of like a chosen king that's going to come in the future, was exclusive to the Jews. No one else was doing that. What they did have, though, that was in common with Jesus was the concept of a dying and rising God. Many, many, many gods died and came back from the dead, often 3 days later, just like Jesus did. Before the time of Jesus, it was a symbolic cycle for, it depending on which culture it was, symbolizing the seasons or symbolizing the fertility cycle of the agriculture. It just depends on whose mythology we're talking about. But it originated before Christ.
Have you dove into the Quran at all?
I read it, but last time I read the Quran was around the time I read the New Testament, so I don't really remember a ton of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that if maybe you just employed that one verse in Proverbs, just to baby steps, that's the only way that you can actually test God, because prayer, if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you can pray, but what you might be praying might not be in line with what God wants. That it could be a wasted, basically a wasted prayer, because the way prayer works, like you have to, for it to manifest, you have to basically be in line with God's will, and pray for that thing. And that's where you see actual manifestation. That's more than just a coin flip.
There's actually there's an example. Last thing, and then I'll let you go. There's an example that directly contradicts that in the Bible. We have Gideon. Gideon was standing in direct opposition to God's will, and God came to him directly, and he still refused to believe that it was God, and he demanded a sign from God where God moisturized the wool on the ground, but not the ground beneath it. And then he wasn't satisfied with that sign, so he made God give him another sign where God moisturized only the ground and not the wool the next day. And so God is willing to give signs on demand to people that aren't even living by his will in the Bible. So I have no reason to think that he wouldn't be doing the same for me.
Yeah.
Especially considering
That's
how
true.
devoted I was. I was a very devout Christian, so there's no reason that he wouldn't have answered my prayer if he was there, I think.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually an admission that you still do believe. You just are bitter about something. I don't know what, not whatever, but you do
No, I
still
don't
believe in
believe. I'm
God.
saying that's a reason that I don't believe. That's the fact that he
That's the
didn't
reason
come
you
shows
say
me
that
that
you
he's
don't
not there.
believe, but you're saying that you don't believe, but you actually are believing. You're just refusing to acknowledge the thing because he's not at your beck and call, unfortunately. And I understand that and whatever.
But that's not my reason for not believing. Like it's not that I don't believe because he didn't come. I don't believe because of the storm god thing. But I'm just the fact that he didn't answer my prayers when I was so devout, even though he's willing to give signs to people that don't even give a shit about him in the Bible, just is more clear data that shows that he's also not real, on top of the storm god thing.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying about Gideon and needing that extra sign versus not Hezekiah, but maybe it's King Uzziah who God asked, ask for me a sign or whatever, and he said, I will not tempt the Lord that God. So yeah, that's a contradiction, But the thing is, God is not cookie cutter God. He's very intimate. Like he knows you and what makes you tick and whatnot. And so I guess for Gideon under that situation, he did do that, but I could see how you could be discouraged from that, because it's hey, I've been glorifying you. I love you. Could you, help me out? Could you, what's, a little something that I know that's not all for nothing, whatever, that kind of, because I was in that position myself and I just got lucky that he showed up. But what I'm saying for you is the contradiction that you just pointed out. It's tough, and all I can say is I'm picking up stuff in my spirit for you. So I'm going to pray and I'm going to be, trying to receive more. That's all I could really say to you right now. But, a lot of what you're doing in terms of the trying to manifest a proof with a physical realm in history when it's something that's so far back. Like, you know, the integrity of the data is just not going to be there, right? There's going to be issues with the archaeology, you know, the science, the everything. It's just too much going on with the language and the peoples and the culture and the traditions and the genealogy. You know, it's all a brick wall dead end that it's fun to, like, you know, play around with and talk about and glorify God with, but it's not going to bring you to Jesus Christ. That's the thing. It has nothing to do with you and Jesus Christ. And the thing with Christ is you have to acknowledge his authority in the kingdom of God, and then you're in. That's really all it is. Like, he's going to be the boss. You're not. And it's not a bad deal. You get to be Q status in heaven, with one boss forever. Just one boss, no middleman, no bullshit. And, you know, Jesus never lied to me in my whole life. So I'm out.
All right, thanks for having me.
It was great. Do it again.
All right, I'm down.